Don't you think we could be different if we could just take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows, feel the wind rushing through, hear the music, take the groove. Don't you know all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high, you and I, pinnacle climactic vibe. Show me yours, I'll show you mine, you don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the 9 to 5, I just wanna feel alive. Take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows. Show me yours, I'll show you mine, you don't have to pretend you're shy. Take it slow, let it go. Let's take a trip to uptown. Don't you wish we could be out of sight, out of mind? Take my hand, don't go slow. I'm chasing the afterglow. Dance with me while the beat finally got some clarity. Don't you know all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high. You and I, pinnacle climactic vibe. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the world outside, turn it up to overdrive. Take it slow, let it go. Roll down all the windows. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend you're shy. Make it slow, let it go. 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 Don't you wish we could be out of sight, out of mind? Take my hand, don't go slow. I'm chasing the afterglow. Dance with me while the beat finally got some clarity. Don't you know all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high. You and I, pinnacle climactic vibe. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the world outside, turn it up to overdrive. Take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows. Take it slow, let it go, make it slow, let it go. Make it slow, let it go. Take my hand, don't go slow. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend you're shy. Make it slow, let it go, make it slow, let it go. Make it slow, let it go. Take it slow, let it go. Let's take a trip to uptown. Don't you wish we could be out of sight, out of mind? Take my hand, don't go slow. I'm chasing the afterglow. Dance with me while the beat finally got some clarity. Don't you know all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high. You and I, pinnacle climactic vibe. Show me yours, I'll show you mine. You don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the world outside, turn it up to overdrive. Take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows.
Get into temptation, feel every vibration, imagine the sensation, will hear my body call. Get into temptation, feel every vibration, imagine the sensation, will hear my body call. I get you, you get me, I get you, you get me, I get you, you get me, I get you. When you hear my body.
There we go. Now we are fully present.
When you hear my body.
Connect. Incoming connection. Awaiting authentication. Verify. Good evening, Club Cult. Welcome to Stream the Dreams Project. Welcome to our first of the month and our start of the month and start of the year. Harley Stream. Feel back home within my soul. Aww, the big boy is being a big goober. I think this is gonna blow up all over the screen. Yes. How do I make you smile again? Gah. Need to change the camera names, because that's not Baby PB. It's not.
When you hear my
Big gooberin. He's so cozy. I love that he's just lolling in the bed. He's such a cozy man's. I did this to myself. No, there's 1,000 things to orient around. I did this to myself. Ask about this, but how about no? How about no? Pause. The highlights from today is an hour long. The actual game is like 240, I think. Fucking A. 242. Highlights. Just the highlights are now.
Need to try to block that smoke
Crazy.
grenades. Not successful as you want. And in they go. NRG looking to get these entries cleanly.
That's brain damage when speeding up for highlights.
That really does unlock this attempt for the retake.
Instant brain
If the CT
damage.
side, NIP quickly through CT, they're snappy, peeling off one more. And the
He's so
bomb's not even
cozy.
planted yet.
Alright, let's finish getting ready, and then we're gonna update the board for the new month. And we see Miss Peeves. We got some Lego Batman on the radar. And I want to work on a cosplay prop tonight too. I had an idea last
Game
night.
site looks like it might be under assault fairly quickly here. Oh, love this from Bro. Just
Not really, I was just inspired by my master list.
CDs have to respond quickly, and it's early in the round here. They've got lots of
It's not an original idea. But I think it can turn out cool. I'm gonna nerf you guys at conventions this year, theoretically. I think a Nerf gun would be allowed, and I don't see why not.
My word, that is a pretty solid hold. And many more
Definitely to C2E2. I don't think Exotica would be strict about that. I'll just hide it on Pippi.
AWP is out for Wrinkle.
Pippi the concealed carry puppy.
He's warmed up early. Nice pre-fight from Kapowski, but he's lucky to get away
Welcome,
with it.
welcome, Nikki Racer. Hope you're having a good night tonight. Gotta prevent some fallout.
3 versus 4 now for the
The Harley palette is the Star Wars palette, but
Great kill
the
to
color
go.
bleeds.
There is a trail later from Snappy, and the distraction is so good
It's very
from Connector
pigmented.
that Bro is lost in that one. And maybe OC is as well. Almost as 3.
Oops.
Let's have at least time on his
Don't wanna
side.
Break the
As he makes
nerf.
rotation to A's,
I
but
don't know how.
shoots in the
So
dark
this is
position.
inevitably gonna not be covered.
Over by
I
Jungle
should
as
probably
well,
leave
so
the end orange, because you know
pretty
Nerf
dodgy
guns are so serious.
situation. In fact, yeah,
So
it kind of works
serious.
because shooting the
I'm gonna have to be
pass,
mindful of how we
if there's
tape
a
around
plant,
this
well,
too.
there's a plant. That is a
We got
plant
red.
that can be unlocked.
I did this last night, so I don't know what I'm doing when I do things at the last minute. I thought I got 60-something inches of all of them, but no, I got 4 of the black tapes, 6 of the white tapes, and 1 of the red tape. And I think the red tape is what I need the most of.
Curious as to what the whole plan might
We'll
be. That's
we'll
the
take
one.
that as it
Drops
goes.
one short. Great transfer from Kapowski as well. The spam is rich with
It's not gonna
results.
balance there.
Fantastic burst
You
of
can
velocity.
balance there though.
The timing is so good ahead of that molly.
Some Need for Speed Hot Pursuit remastered tonight.
Deliver
Nice.
on the promises they're making
You
themselves,
enjoyed it.
because the CTs will soon be north of $10,000 on some of their individuals, unless an IP can have a real impact here. Great timing on a smoke.
That's my
towards the
ivy
ramp.
brush.
They need some help as Khan rotates away
It's
from
the ivy
mid
brush.
position.
There we go.
Can't help this occasion. Now, will Shush be looked for? Or will it be a question of trigger discipline? Sonic coming through that connector position. Shush needs to decide
I don't
where
remember
to
if I
look.
liked any of the
Spotted
red
by the
tones
stairs,
from this
maybe.
one. I think they
At
came
least
out like
Pete
too
alone
orange.
to survive at the end for
always second guess this.
NRG. So they quickly.
We might get a mix-up, a fast pace, potentially a contact here. But against the AWP, that is the answer to a contact play.
Red is on the heart tattoo side, but I never believe myself.
Into the A site.
After all of these years.
CT's carefully trying to reposition, limit the
Question
variance
at the
as best
last
they can.
minute.
Nitro looking for Kern and punishing. Really nice work rate awareness from him. HE's coming through and they start to cut the numbers. Looks like things are going to get expensive for the ninjas very quickly. This is a safe situation now. A salvage.
Favorite car is the
if you
Porsche
will.
Turbo.
With only 2 players remaining. Nice detail from
Pretty.
NRG. As they isolated and punished.
I see a few in
And
the
now
wild
they use that
sometimes,
to
and
look
it's
for the
nice.
CTs.
There'll probably be some at the car
And
show
guys
this
on
weekend
B.
if I can make it up there. All depends on if we can leave Mr.
Looking for info.
No Nuts
HG
Conehead
collector, nothing seen.
in a crate or not.
There's only one player. It's just Snappy eating a flash, but he's delivered a second
I
frag
crated
somehow.
him the first night a little bit
That's
before
OP.
he had his
LG
cone
haven't made
on.
it onto the ground and survived
And I'm
just
gonna
yet.
talk to my vet tomorrow when he
And
gets
he's got
his
more
first
hunting to
checkup.
Such an awkward position for him.
How long
There's
we
a
need to
worry
leave the
ball
cone on
separates
and
somewhat.
all of
Actually
that fun
creeping
stuff.
towards connector. Maybe there'd be a rotation, but they are being shut down now by the ninjas.
I really
Yeah,
want to
well,
go. It's
yeah.
my favorite car show.
Desperates.
It's World of
play
Wheels.
from
It
side
travels
to
all
steer
around the
the
country.
other way.
But the
I don't
Chicago
like it because it's not very
date is this
tradable,
weekend.
position. He
I just
has
want to go on
these tunnel
Saturday.
tunnels.
Saturday is tuner day.
You know, you can easily take a shot.
So
pretty far.
Friday
You
and
can't really
Sunday
close
they
the
just
distance
have
to
the
punch
downstairs
reload,
set up
so
with like
OC
beautiful
passed the grenade
classic cars
back.
and
Obviously
custom
not
builds.
posting off the AWP.
And some shiny new stuff
Maybe a
too.
simple split of the A-bomb site is in order.
But on Saturday,
Very nice full
got all the
That's gonna
tuners
shut down the
upstairs.
connector
It's
play.
nice.
They know Nitro's lurking
It's
in
very
that
nice.
position. There you push
It's
that
my
smoke rim.
favorite.
He does there.
I say silly style, but it really
MIP
is.
getting stronger once more.
Been going for, this will be my 11th year.
That's the bomb.
Ooh.
And probably
That's crazy.
around with the loss of.
I started taking my niece and nephew in
That's the first time I've mentioned his name in this game so
2015.
far.
Yeah, I don't think I said it yet.
I wonder if my nephew has any plans this weekend. Maybe he wants to go.
I was thinking talking about the NIP.
You're in good company, Nikki. I'm a gearhead as
Yeah,
well.
this ball would dictate that. Yeah.
Just no one believes you when you're a girl and you say it.
It's tough too
I feel like
because
cars are an
the
excellent
NIP
and
ones,
horrible
just that
coping
they're not really
mechanism.
getting any value.
It gets the job done, but occasionally at the cost of emotional sanity.
And what do you think that might be?
But then you're too exhausted to fuck around and find out with anything else by the time you've jazzed around in the garage long enough. You just want to crawl into bed.
So well. Perhaps he doesn't even need backup as he looks for more.
It's a good healing tool.
Down to the pistol. Oh! Turn the wrong way with the mouse.
Proud of you. It's
And
awesome.
that'll give OC a slight chance. 20 seconds. Double peak will be enough.
It's healthy to have an
The
outlet.
wheels keep turning, but only for NIP.
Smokes out mid, big movement there from the CTs.
People don't have hobbies anymore, and it's weird.
Kapersky coming straight out, walking down cat. He's getting aggressive. Getting really aggressive. Kapersky is. The AK in hand.
It's very weird.
He's going to see there's nothing there, so this should be fairly no, this push. Wow, Shush is just staying there, posted from taking with the rifle. Happy to take the duels. That's the confidence here that NIP have on this defense. Finally, Nitro will pick up
You
one
taking
player, but
donations of 10
it's gonna be
sockets for the
very
cause.
uphill from him.
Yeah, CT's in control of CT. They've got a ton of utility as well. They've got Kapersky on the flank. That might be an important frag though. Snappy clearing out the jungle position. Eliminates a lot of possibilities
I think I like that.
for the CTs, but
I
Julie
think.
better will certainly
I
help
think
in
I
where
do.
Nitro is. They've got all the util in the world to flush him out if they want to. Opening up for the double pick, that didn't quite work out actually. He might have a chance here, or does he? Kapersky secures the last
Or
frag.
does he?
NIP secured the last round. I'm not
They're
sure
playing
if they
at
can even
home.
be seen by NRG. They're so far ahead.
Okay, OC. Down in there with the dualies.
Small ball.
And he is going to start things off quite nicely there for NRG.
No. Did you run away too?
There is a mountain to climb for this squad. Pistol would be a great start. Will be home based.
Brushed her legs.
So far so good. Wrinkle and Shush.
And ran
with
away.
much to do.
I just realized we can see the TV in Tiger's room. He's watching Sailor Moon.
Can they secure a bomb?
Where did my little brush
If
go?
they
I need it.
run the clock down a little, then NRG will have to gravitate to both the bomb sites. Probably the two. But they've got a fair chance for a 2v2 if they pick their
That's so
timing
rude.
wisely. Metro's going deep in Palace. He is carrying a kit.
Oh, I
If
hid
they
it
find
for
these two
myself.
frags, then who
I was just
knows?
keeping it safe.
Oh, goodbye, Shush. Oh, that's the bomb as well. Second man came out with the bomb. They're all going to... Actually, they're not rotating too much just yet, but now they are on the way. range doesn't help either. He is surrounded.
And it is
You are
always
not
good,
wrong
especially
about that.
Mirage. I think you get so much play.
When I had my truck and it was running good,
You can put against the T side.
the bub 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 bub
Archer's
bub
gonna spot
of the
a fair few
V8 was very
players,
soothing.
starting to charge his position. He needs some help though. He really needs help.
You have a
He's
question?
gonna go
I
down
may or may not
4-3,
have an
as
answer.
well as his teammate, bro. He's out. He's gone.
GG's in
I
the chat.
guarantee nothing.
Oh, OC is between a rock and a hard place. But the B box that was taken so quickly, I think in many cases you cannot pursue this. Kaspersky is put himself in a very
My
good
favorite car
position
is my car.
to make this even worse. Now OC is
Kind of.
with the kits. Maybe it's
I
an
love
injury.
a
Oh, he's
92 or
he's done
93 VR4,
Kaspersky may come for him
but I
as well.
have a 98
Oh dear.
Mitsubishi 3000 GT, and that is my favorite.
I was getting worried looking at the
Secondary
radar
to that, I want a
in
Dodge
the
Magnum one day.
apartments, but
I
all
think
is
they're
well
the
for
prettiest,
the
ugly,
ninjas.
supercharged mom cars that could ever exist, and it would be perfect for the zoo. It's just small enough and cool enough for me to love, and just big enough and powerful enough, and spacious enough for the zoo to love.
12-4. Looking to get us into
I will have one
very
day,
quickly
but I
in
own my dream car. I'm very
this
lucky.
series. Looking to avoid elimination.
I am a lucky girl.
Trying to wind around with a bag of hammers, basically.
Mine's just a basic bitch, though. No VR4. And she's automatic.
But take some risks. Just gotta hope no one's there. Jiggling with the MP9.
But she's still my baby.
Someone is there.
Even on jack stands, she's still
This
my
is slow.
baby.
Yeah, but you know, 1-for-1 is so bad for the CT squad. They haven't seen the bomb.
Favorite car is a 2010 Mazda RX-8. I'm sure earlier in years, but I had a car friend of mine tell me years ago that I would like a car like that. I would enjoy it. It is a sharp-looking beastie. I don't know, newer ones. Well, newer. Like 2010 is new at this point.
And Nitro coming in from CT Spawn.
Not too familiar with the build of
Too much
newer,
intel, too much temptation.
but we're primarily looking at
An MP9,
more
limited
early
range,
2020s,
no teammates, not much
2000s,
cybernetic of Mirage.
2020s. What are years anyway?
They absolutely storm the first map of the series. They came into this one angry and
It's a cute little thing, though. It's a
from
coupe, no?
Into hand on Ancient here as we start things off with a
It's a
pistol.
coupe,
P on
as the British say.
at the attack.
I forgot about that till now. It makes me laugh. A coupe. Here's a section of Top Gear, though. I don't think so. I feel like it was more on a human level, like someone's YouTube channel. We were watching some video on stream a while back, where the coupe was constantly referred to as the coupe.
Just needs to find the heads. Find them quickly as well.
Yeah, good luck finding someone to work on that unless you're gonna learn how to work on it yourself.
Kaspersky. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble saying
It's not a reasonable car for a non-gearhead to own, in the slightest.
And Turner's played about a third of the maps
A
that Kaspersky's
coupe.
played in the last month,
Like a
which tells you
toupee.
how hard the grind is to try and
It
make it.
cracks me up. It's the little things in life, it really is.
They are working very
You're
hard
not
indeed.
laughing, you're crying.
NRG in a 4-on-4 now. They've got almost no utility left. And we are barely into this round.
Coupe.
A full
Now I have the
stand
word
for
stuck in
both
my head.
squads, which maybe puts pressure on NRG to find more. Grim creeps towards the ramp, but Kaspersky is ready for both him and Bro. Will finally get put down by Nitro, but they are outnumbered and the trade is all but guaranteed. Wrinkle leaves OC alone looking for his first frag.
Oh, I took that
Kind of
too
an
far.
interesting scenario.
Took
for
it
a
too
2v1.
far, Serena. Too far.
And definitely quite winnable for OC. Minutes to play with, so you just don't know what the T's are going to do and where they're going to go. Is obviously the biggest problem.
A coupe. It's gonna be circling around
OC
in my
just
head.
trying to figure out, what it is he should be doing here. Just staying in between the sites right now, because again, it could really be either one. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't get wrapped or flanked. And it looks like he might be gambling on the correct correct site at the right time. We'll see.
Half sedan and half coupe. It's only a coupe. It's only half of a coupe.
Has gambled correctly. Give that man a chance on
So said coupe. Said coupe. That sounds fancy in French.
Actually testing mid, trying to get that information. They're going to peek out into mid from donut now and see no one's there. So at this point,
Except now I feel silly. I feel like my nephew when he refused to acknowledge that SUV was an acronym and called every SUV he saw a SUV. There's a Ford SUV over there. There's a Dodge SUV. There's a Honda SUV. It's cute.
Snappy's got much to do. Moved the Galil rather than the AK. Trying to show a little shoulder. Great swing there from Grim. Can go for the white spoons with the MP9 and find
My small brush is playing hide and seek tonight.
Asking way too much of Snappy. Freestanding at the end of the round on the other side.
What are you doing with your life?
oh my goodness, they're basically just stuck in T-spawn almost.
Love a bit of continuation spray.
Oh,
Lining up
well
for
this
Grim.
time it's on the floor. Aha! Aha!
That is just so good. No mileage
You like the
whatsoever.
Cayennes? I think they're so weird looking. They look like they should be in the Jetsons. And they look like they should cost way less.
What a dire situation to be in.
They make me laugh a little bit. I saw something really cool for the first time the other day. I'd never seen the make and model before, and it was something that was discontinued.
But it seems that LG coming to this one
I say the other day, it's probably like a month ago. I took a picture of it.
After a disappointing first map,
They stopped making
maybe we'll
them.
see the flip side of that now.
I want to say it was a Fisk or something, because I'd never seen a Fisker before, and then I looked it up and they had stopped making it. I think I saw it on the way to my surgery checkup. So that would have been far back, like a month ago.
Rotation across to the A side, so it feels like a good read from the energy side. Bro's going to just get out ahead of this push. And Sonic, really good support.
If I
team.
am correct.
Picking up Kaspersky, and then now it's going to be the push from Donut.
There's so many
to
pictures of
sandwich
Chauncey.
the plate.
So many.
Sonic still trying to find some value, but has to respect the smoke. And that's going to give this post. Oh, wait, hang on. No respect given. Actually drops the planter. That buys key.
Like when I see cars in the
seconds
wild
right
that
now
I've
for the
never
CT
seen before.
rotation. They're off. What? This is such a good call, James.
January 14th, so somewhere
Controversy
around
and
there.
Grim. 2 kits amongst the 3 of them. Presence shown from CT. Grim running distraction. Dropping Kern, leaving Shush with so much to do. He's got a great
It's all
tackle though.
PD stuff. I think that's too far back.
But the bait and switch is there. Pull the crosshair away, deliver the frag. They've got the kit, they've got the round as well.
I have too many pictures.
But I do wonder. I'm pretty sure
Sort
they
of.
were running in Donut, so I'm not sure.
Aw, shout out to Gunther's bag obsessed era.
Defaulting on that
It was an
position
Amazon
too much.
bag and he was
Challenging.
obsessed with it for like a good 3 days. He just wanted to lay inside of it. It'd be weird. We love that for him.
There we go, layered flashes. That's a Shush getting a pick though into the B site that gets the first edge here, and he's going to go off of this. This is a good play from Shush.
Can I find it?
Good individual moment, but
There.
the side's better. His timing no longer good. Falls out, maintains the 4v4. But
It's a
in the meantime,
Fisker
Snappy
Ocean.
in this A side, and there's problems everywhere.
I guess it has a lot of problems and they stopped making it. But I'd never seen a Fisker in the wild before. And I was pretty amazed by that. I don't even know how to spell it. It's not really a remarkable car at all, but it kind of has the vibe of the Cayenne. It's similar, like, rounded build. I'd never seen one before. I guess they're ridiculously underpriced right now because Fisker went under. But they're discontinued. I don't know what that means for cars, though. Do they stop, like, the warranty, or what even does that mean?
Right now for NRG.
Yeah, it's just disengaging on B. May keep some CTs entertained and slow the
I'd
rotation.
never seen a
Performance
Fisker
starts on the
before.
outside of the map.
And I finally did.
Snappy
And it was a
coming
mom
from
car.
teammate. Nice way still stunted in the rotation. Looking
It was
for
neat.
on the other side. AK so sharp for an IP in this round. Nera's just being a pain there. Didn't want to risk dying on the B bomb site. Found more value as A was secured by his teammates. So good presence of mind, spatial awareness there.
NIP now. But be careful because the mid retake's coming. And there's that initial kill. Clearing the way for the donut players who were also starting to push forwards. That triggers the push into the B sites.
Dun dun dun.
Numbers are here, that is true for both squads. Good timing with the flash, but there will be trades. Nitro drops. This is going to be a difficult one for NIP to win.
Sparkly.
Snappy still looking for a first frag. Now would be a great time down to a 3-on-3. Wrinkle getting real busy now. 3-on-2 in favor of NIP. Fully turned around. No util for these CTs, bro. Not finding the angle.
I like seeing cars that I've only heard of, never seen before in the wild.
And
World of Wheels is cool, but on the road is like, whoa.
is being real patient. It may be too late for Grim, or is it? He's found the final frag. Has he got the time? That was down to the wire.
Sheesh.
So back and forth between the squads on Ancient. Especially saw some shadows from a lurker.
Oh, that's awesome. Before my favorite mechanic closed his shop,
Repositioning from some other teams.
I got to see his whole office set up. He had a whole crap ton of Matchbox cars and Hot Wheels, like all classic cars. It was the neatest thing. All mixed in with like Three Stooges decor.
Using that first man really screws your win percentages in the long term. Please delete those
When my
scenes.
watch is done charging me, it rickrolls me when it's done charging.
Naji, wait, they're expectant. Nitro.
Sorry.
Grenade
I'm assuming that my mic picked that up.
But if only got 25
Dun
seconds
dun
at all here,
dun dun
they are running
dun
out of
dun
time
dun
to
dun
clear this bomb site.
dun 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 dun. I've never been able to find my car in a Hot Wheel. Sad. But a girl I used to be friends with had a Subaru WRX. A neat little boxer beast. And we found her exact car when I was with my niece and nephew at the Dollar Tree. We were able to get him a little mini version of her car.
Flip into the back of the book.
She was like obsessed with.
Gilles come out.
Find some good ones at the Dollar Tree, honestly. At least you used to be able to. Di Tommaso Pantera. That sounds fancy.
That has to be their goal. But it's going to be about a dueling once again. Another transfer, this time from Grim. Devastating start.
Why is it called that? Do people name race cars like people name racehorses?
They're just so hungry for the jewels as well.
Is that why it has titleage? Do race cars have names? I don't know anything about NASCAR.
It's a rapid game of ancient.
Or like drag racing, boxcar racing, any of it.
Very simple stuff.
It's not really my jam.
Coming out on top.
Yeah, you know, when a team is playing in an oppressive fashion,
So it's going to be Rapid Jewels once again, looks like.
It's an Italian body with an American
No
engine.
util for them now, just the odd flash.
Interesting.
Haven't seen much in the way of the AWP on the T side here for NIP that I can recall. On this occasion, the unscoped rifles will be enough to clear that site. And the overwhelming
It's a very
numbers
unique
as the
creature.
remainder rotate over from B. Tony Kanosi with much to do. Ninjas in pajamas with a much needed fourth round. They're on the cusp of a pop flasher. There is. Oh, that's such good timing for Sonic. And he's made the numbers even. They've got use for the wrap. They could smoke off cave. There's all kinds of things they can do here. They could.
NASCAR just doesn't do it for me.
Ninjas as well. They both have kids.
I feel like I'd enjoy it in person. Like monster trucks. I'd like to go see monster trucks one day.
They've got to get on that one though. Snappy waiting for a lineup that he's not quite got.
I've been invited so many times, then no one ends up going. Like something comes up, or it sells out, or
Sigh of relief. You know how
you just take Pippi and go on my own.
4-8 at half time. We'll see if they're able to achieve that as they move to the CT side. 7 pistols on the 5 plays. Julian are out. Snappy's going deep. Snappy has had his head caved in by Grim, who is fragging quite well so far. 19 frags Grim has, far ahead of everybody else on the server.
It's very Lydia Dietz
it's
coded.
definitely a nice scoreline.
I myself am
And right
strange
now,
and unusual.
I mean, energy could be
Do you like
affected
strange and unusual
by
cars
just as
and
quickly as the energy
streamers?
from the first map.
Hey.
It's kind of the feel of this series so far. Looking for the re-hits into the B sites. It is a pistol round, so you can never put it past the CTs to have a shot on this one. See if they can find those early headshots. You need to think like peel one off here. Right, there we go. Shush able to take one down. A second coming as well. So this is a problem. The T's are not gaining ground as they lose players. So we're just trying to take this wide swings. OC.
I'm afraid of eyelash curlers. They're the most obnoxious way of doing
And
mascara.
now with Shush so low, he needs an ace clutch.
Happy Harley Day. Welcome, Cygenics. Cheers.
He is denied. He is utterly denied.
Doesn't get it.
Swear I should be doing like a heel kick dance.
Maybe
Happy Harley Day.
Way of the B-bomb supplies. Oh, Snappy picked such a good timing. That is so much info as well. The rest of his team needs to get their skates on. Bomb on the ramp. Molly's been missed. There could be a chance for some more.
Still gotta check out that Le Mans. That was a cool suggestion.
Yeah, the frags are definitely.
Man, it's free-for-all deathmatch.
There it is. Absolutely brutal stuff there on the B sides, and there's still 20 seconds left. Got a plant though, so Ken knows that that's the play. Oh, there comes.
What were we watching one day on here that I really liked? Oh, I thought that would open the side tab. Oh, I don't even know if I remember what his channel would be. There's a dude who buys really, really fucked up, like, crashed, trash to bits cars and restores them. But he finds the neatest little things. I don't remember what the channel would have been. I just pressed the I like this button. I don't pay attention. I have no idea. Was it saving salvage? Maybe? I'm now realizing I follow a lot of YouTubes. Jesus. I don't think half of these channels even post anymore. Saving salvage, yes. You might enjoy them. Find some really cool stuff that's really fucked up and makes it all pretty again. Old scrap body, jeez. Sheesh.
There it is. Absolutely brutal stuff.
Or you've done a heel kick, you're almost 90% sure you're gonna eat shit. It's an art, it's a skill. It's a kids don't try this at home. To do as I say, not as I do.
This actually might end up backfiring though. The AK's collected, and that allows Grim to get closer.
It's insane. I feel like someone would be at risk of losing their mind by the end of 24 hours.
The fake flash,
It's wild.
Trying to stall on Ken right now. Has to pick the right time, and he will, and that's just heartbreak. Absolute heartbreak for MIP.
He sunk in his chair the same way I do, except his loss was much more pivotal than mine.
The map one in their favor, so they can at least get onto another map here, reset things for themselves. This does go poorly, which is, I suppose is going very poorly right now.
Lips and board, and then teams.
Going quite quickly through the cake.
Baby, baby.
See what you can find, but with that play, that announces to NRG, we need to take the side.
Like 6 Harleys ago, I lost 2 of my red lippies. I really wonder where they've gone. That was a good catch.
Bim is so hungry. He wants 30 bombs. Oh, Bro's stolen a frag from him. And he'll find another.
Be careful about sinking in your chair. Sometimes there's a Gunther.
They'll roll in.
More often than not, there's a Gunther. This morning, I couldn't find Gunther in here when I woke up. And he was in the chair, but the chair was turned like this, and I was in the doorway. I had a panic. I'm like, where did he go? There's only so much space you can go into. Only so many places you can go.
On that CT side. Kern's found a headshot. That'll certainly help. NRG looking to abuse the numbers towards A.
Starting our Queen Amidala look.
Strong entry.
I just don't know how to do
Great
lipstick.
performance, gets nothing.
Starting like that makes sense to me.
Once again, NRG just taking what they want. Pillaging like a bunch of Vikings. Kaspersky. We're gonna be checking for Nitro here. Yes, he will. And
Do
that's
anything to
gonna
do
allow
the legendary
Azumi
hours
to
in
be the first out.
motorsports. Hey, it's good to have goals in life.
Neutralized and signs of life from NIP as they prevent map 3 for now.
Ninjas and Pajamas have a better buy now, but still lacking snipers.
Uh,
Haven't had many in this entire game. The OC will be scoped in.
You'd think it would just be as simple as like,
Doesn't take them long.
and it is, but I make a mess when I do that.
Not finding much of anything on that occasion as Snappy is fighting tooth and nail again. It's been such a
It
quiet
makes
game for
no
him.
sense to me.
Sonic will charge in. Chain flashes for him. Did
I
he
love
see
this
the
one.
elbow? He did.
It's magnetic.
Wrinkle sees not much else. Grim's being dispatched off.
I had this lipstick for like a year and I'm still marveled by that.
And now it's a 2-on-2. This is turning around into NRG's favor.
Uppy boy.
He's still scoped in.
Redid my big board last night and he knocked it over.
Will soon be gone and he's got no cover.
Not this time though. Haha.
Sonic in the clutch now. Oh, I thought he'd done the job there, trying to conserve the bullets. The NIP live to see
Hope the start of the
another
week has been kind to everybody so far. And if not, we're here to make it even more unhinged tonight, and then the force is back in balance tomorrow.
This A bomb site. OC gets dropped. Ken with a good defense. Wrinkle with support. And there you go. The round is basically over. Grim. His legendary status is starting to be diminished. His KDA is becoming.
ruining people's day.
Favorite race car driver is Timo Bernard.
He not merely
His
5
Porsche
rounds
factory
behind.
driver. Sounds fancy.
Good early use of damage.
I hear Porsche, I just think big money.
Snappy gets absolutely annihilated by Bro, and that's significant map control for NRG. Aspercy's on an island now.
Imagine all the fancy
Aspercy
things in
makes
life.
mistakes over. He needed to, he won't get one. That leaves 3, split between 2 sites.
I have lippy eye teeth, yes. Get
This
off
is a
my
fully fledged
chompas.
NRG, who can simply trade
Blot.
and finish off the job here.
Or just eating paper.
And
Choose your own
trade
adventure.
needed, however, Wrinkle's looking to his right, might get dropped from his left soon. Indeed, he will be caught with the grenades, and this could be the end of the line for the ninjas as far as Ancient's concerned. Anubis, the decider. A juicy prospect for a spectator, a tense, nervous,
Oh,
highly
my
stressful
hands
one
don't
if you're in
want
that server.
don't
especially
want
if
to
you're trying
cop.
to make it to the major.
Rude. Rude.
Let's put on now a crazy performance
they're
from
calling.
Grim. A rabid CT side from NRG. I think that was
Redo the big board.
a rich environment for them to learn from. Lake was quite a pain on that map. And I think
Turn
there's
us
a lot of
around.
simple stuff that they
Turn
can solve.
around. Like, go big or go home.
But Bro is
Exactly.
well positioned to punish, as is OC.
Do it right or don't do it at all.
NRG looking good for the pistol.
Oh,
Looking
you
for
want
one more
red.
good start in this series.
Red is dead.
Perfect timing on that double peak from either side. That was beautiful. Synchronized swimming.
So do you erase everything and do the top board?
Why is there a smoke as
What?
well? Many questions. I was just holding all of that in the previous round.
And then it's garbage.
But now they certainly have. Kaspersky is still standing for the time being, but quickly dealt with. NRG really good with the trades and what we've seen so far here on Anubis.
Yeah, so it doesn't work out, but we'll see what the buy and the sell looks like next round. But Wrinkle, you picked a quick headshot there.
Right, we need green. We need a shamrock. I don't know how to draw shamrocks. I don't think it's that hard. But I don't think I've done it before. Made paper shamrocks.
Something big here on this defense.
I don't think I've ever drawn them before.
Players charging into
Woot!
the site now, looking to get through the smoke.
Woot, exactly, indeed.
Play goes down. It's
Oh, that's gonna look like Christmas. I gotta write it in orange.
Lucky will fall. Kaspersky.
That works, I
Timing
guess.
right on this HE. Is it good? Pretty good. And now just waiting for the teammates to come in for the retake attempts.
That look funny.
As he looks to
No, it looks like an M.
perfect timing here. Sonic has good position. Playing the headshot angles, the bait for OC though. Excellent shooting there from him. 2 versus 2, still doable here for the CTs. Nice find from Shush. OC is left to the task, but he will get shut down. And that is a great retake there from NIP. Really, really great retake. And that's going to alter the team, I think. Give them some good
Oh, my
confidence.
C went curly.
Really want to see the fight. And
Curly
NIP,
C.
they do like to just send it. And looking to send it to B after the A main play. Nitro, just goes straight in. The angle that the 50-50 is very hard to deal with. And it's just gone
Shamrocks are just
over.
heart-shaped leaves, right?
Dropped onto Bro there. And it's demolished. As does OC.
I think-
Get flattened.
What does a shamrock look like?
It's like we'll go back to maybe a more regular default.
It just has heart-shaped leaves. I think. Yes.
From the NRG side, looking to get the control around the A main position. Ken is there on the other end though. And Kaspersky, where has he come from? Down from the water.
This is going to be unique.
You could really raise the tempo at will if you're CTs. But it is high risk.
It's a shamrock made with love, not perfection. Okay.
Maybe a scrappy one.
It's made with love, not exactitudes.
Kaspersky. And also Shush. A lot of money. Great shadow advantage. However, Snappy's empty-handed. Bro has created,
That's
which
a
keeps the
little
numbers close. Shush sees many, but can only do so much.
Color.
1v3 for Wrinkle.
You get all
It's
cute
perfect. It
and
really is.
solid.
Given that this is the deciding map, we've had blowouts on both on map 1 and map 2. As you'd like to see. And it's great that Wrinkle gets to hold on to the AWP here. I think, given some of the faster movements of NRG, if Wrinkle
Oh,
can
look
kind
at
of
that.
pick
She's
up the
beautiful. It's the best shamrock I've ever seen in my life.
That's nice timing on the HG into the
Just
A-bomb
kidding.
sides on the radar. Perhaps it was too high. There was no damage from it. Where you off to, son? Says Wrinkle. Oh, he sees just enough. Devastating start to the round for NRG. Maybe it will be a little like Ancient, perhaps with different results though. Again, if you're joining us late, Grim went nuclear in map 2. Running, hunting, destroying.
Sounds like
Looked
Slavka.
aggressive at the start of Anubis as
Running,
well.
hunting,
High stakes match
destroying.
for teams. 0-2.
She's crazy girl.
5.
Crazy baby. March.
These numbers are getting really cut down.
I'll take it.
For NRG.
I accept.
We've got AKs
I accept it.
Snappy.
Oh, we're barely
Very,
even
very
halfway
nasty,
through
but
this.
the pun intended there with a Snappy. Talking about the aim, not the player.
I'm just
He's
being
still standing
nosy.
For the time being. Bro's going crazy right now. Forcing their
I don't
way
think
back
FaZe
into
plays
this
again
one.
until,
He's found
I
3.
say the 18th? I think, unless sometimes they fuck up the time zones when they're posting future matches.
Never should have gone like this.
But I think that one would be 11 a.m. my time,
Both
so I
players
might be able to
E-box here
stream
for
it.
NRG and income NIP now onto the site.
Damn,
Yeah,
the other
Xbox
day I
One
looked
looking
and we
to
were
follow
still
play.
9, now
Molly
we're
should be very
11.
helpful. That's gonna force the peak. Beautiful stuff there from Ken, holding it down,
18th
gets
of March
both
at 11.
frags.
Aurora.
Absolutely
Watch, it's gonna be a
massive result
Wednesday.
from IP. Desperately
Don't be a
needed.
Wednesday. It's a Wednesday.
Ooh,
We'll see how that went. Wait,
great timing on that smoke.
the 18th.
She's going around the side of it.
Either have therapy at that time, or that's the one day this month, the one Wednesday this month that I don't have therapy. I think it's the first week this week.
Precision.
No,
The AK-47. Now's all that's left here on Bro.
maybe it's the 25th that I don't. It's either the 18th or the 25th that I have no appointments. One of the two.
Very different scenario for NIP right now.
A lunch stream, just about, indeed.
That'll be good for the
Should have a Counter-Strike picnic.
this half. Kaspersky has got places to be.
Who's bringing the bananas?
Some good info
bringing
for
the
CT
chicken.
side. But one loss on both sides will favour Brent RG.
As Mince resmokes.
He's bringing the grenadine.
And Molly there to clear it as well. To just create some more
I'm out of
doubts,
relatable
perhaps, as to what's happening.
ingredients.
The E-Box too, so they've got a good presence at the moment on the map. Now the contact. Is Ken going to be good for this? What a flick from Ken. That's a pretty decent one at least. And it does give his teammates something to work with.
They won, I
Now
guess
holding the
Nip would be
ground.
playing tomorrow then?
Needs to secure a retake for his team.
At 9 a.m. and then at 6 a.m. Well, that's inconvenient timing.
There are kits for all the players.
It's very inconvenient. Blanket has been planted. Basket has been secured.
Snappy and Wrinkle will be last. Shush has got so much to do now. Is there any way he can really defuse this bomb? Or rescue it all? Answer is no.
It'll be cute. It's getting filed away in my head as a group cosplay photo that
Plan to suggest this push towards A.
I would love to be created.
Forward positions from Wrinkle and Khan. There's going to be a slow rotation.
ISO.
towards B, which has been lost now.
This. Fingers need to pop and they don't want to pop tonight.
There are mollies in the hole for NRG.
God damn it.
5 on 4.
Why is
Last
the
round.
Harley accent only
Wrinkle
coming
close
out
up
with
as Cohen closes the distance.
my stubborn fingers?
Flash easily
I don't know.
avoided. They know there's one more as well.
I think this year
Can isolate the fight at the very least.
for one of the days of Exotica, I want to do Roller Girl Harley. I have my roller skates. Part of my motivation to dress this up with tape is I want to see how well the tape concept works versus maybe painting. I don't know if I want to paint my roller skates or if that would even work out well. But I might do roller derby Harley. It'll be inline skates, so I don't think it'll be canon because I think she wears the regular skates. But height-wise, it will work. Came up with that last night. And then Ivy for one of the other days, and then I don't know. Maybe Barbie, maybe Raven. If I'm gonna do Raven this year, it needs to be at Exotica. Because I don't know enough about Teen Titans to do it at C2E2 and sound like I know what I'm talking about.
And here is Grim. Can he pick up the form from Anubis? He was a savage. They outnumber Snappy now. He's got so much to do.
I can only be a little bit cool if I do it for Exotica.
We'll start this one in a good fashion as well.
I can't remember if I did Barbie for C2E2 or...
That bomb
No, I
down.
didn't for C2E2.
Definitely some extra money for some nades, which will
Did
certainly
for
be very
Ace?
important. It's mid-position, pretty huge. What a timing from Sonic.
Yes.
It's going to be the fullback as well.
And then it was Fan Expo that I did.
Which allows aggressive
Bloody
angles
Nose
to
Flowery
concede
Dress
nitrogen
Harley.
heavy jiggling through B.
May or may not have been organizing some of my cosplay last night. I was not feeling great last night at all, but I tried to accomplish all of the extra background stuff that I could. But I'm fair warning you guys, at some point this week we are taking a trip down to my closet.
He will be stunted early then.
She has a very flat, like, monotonous tone, almost like Daria-esque. Everything sounds kind of sarcastic.
Doesn't take long for
And
things to
flat.
get nervous in the second half of a match.
I feel like that would go very well. But outside of her voice, I have, like, no other character references.
They've cut noise, so again,
I suppose I could watch some of the show, but who has time for that?
spread the net a little wider.
Actually, I kind of do sometimes. I finished Modern Family
Good idea. Well positioned you
It
deal
was
with the problem.
very
There's only
cute.
so much you can do.
The end was adorable. You guys inspired tonight's Harley. Did you know? Did you know? I found a master list on Tumblr. I don't know, like some handful of months ago. And thank you, little pepperoni. Has all of the Harleys, almost, just about, but between the movies and shows, everything, etc. It's most of them. For original Harley. No wonder my dad didn't understand when I said, "Hi, Harley Quinn, nice to meet ya." Hi, Harley Quinn, nice to meet ya. I love that version of her. Mad Love. Thrill Killer. Birds of Prey, but like the old Birds of Prey. That one I have not seen. I would like to see, but I feel like I'll be disappointed by it. That shirt looks cheap. That looks like my version of closet cosplay. Not shading it, just it's... I feel like they put in about as much effort as like 2014 Serena would have. Batman, Harley, and Ivy. DCU, which we've played a crap ton of. Well, not a crap ton, but a decent amount. Batman Strikes. Still want to do a Harley and Jinx crossover at some point, but then I need to know more about Jinx, too. Arkham Asylum. It's like Flapper Harley. Arkham City. Harley Quinn's Revenge. New 52 Suicide Squad. I really like that look. I'd like to figure out how to style wig hair like that. Don't know how. That's like an anime girl thing. I'm not cool enough. Her Justice League look is really unique too. That was the inspo for our nurse Harley. Was that the last Harley I did? Maybe second to last. This is what I was planning to do for Valentine's Day Harley, but then we didn't do Valentine's Day Harley because other things happened. And that's just life sometimes. I don't think I could pull off this version, though. I don't think I would look good in the fluffy neck piece. And I don't think we'll be doing that version until I'm 100. Our Arkham Knight version. That would, like, is really cute, and I feel like it would be simple to pull off, but the makeup would have to match, and I'm terrible with doing makeup like that. So, Roller Derby. Sitch. Enter the DC Superhero Girls. I actually did watch all of that series for, like, the 2 seconds that Harley is in a few episodes. It was cute. Bombshell Harley, I feel like I'd do the best closet cosplay for any other. Not the best in the world out of anyone, but the best of my closet cosplays come into Bombshell Harley. There's a Suicide Squad looks. Telltale series. I feel like her outfit makes more sense in like a full body visual like that than how we see her portrayed in the game. Welcome, Panda. Hope you're having a good night tonight. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. I like her with the space buttons too. That's adorable. Hit it with the high. What's the hein? We're getting there. There's a lot of Harleys. No, load. Thank you. Earthlings on fire. I like her outfit in that one too. This would be fun to do, but where do you even buy a drum like that? But imagine Pippi in tow. Parlay was fun. She was cute. Oh, if I don't do Roller Girl Harley this year, we're gonna do Yeehaw Harley. I like how that one turned out closety too. Parlay wasn't like necessarily a closet cosplay though. It had like a base that was official, and then there are closet cosplay elements to it. Here's tonight's Harley, minus the hairstyle. Old lady Harley. You guys inspired me with our grandma discussion the other night. Yee Harley. Yeah. Grandma Harley tonight. Grandmother Harley. Matriarch Harley. Of the parlay. First of her kind. Shima Harley. Yeehaw Harley. But grandma version. I didn't put any wheels on Pippi tonight though. Not cool. This is like almost the same look, but I didn't feel like doing a different top. I liked how this top came together with everything first. That's my inspo for the Nerf gun though. We're gonna set it up somewhere like that, which I guess there only is a little bit of red, like on the scope that's non-existent and towards the rear, and then the rest of it is just blacked out and then like whited out. I can Nerf you guys. I forgot that was loaded. Trigger finger discipline. That didn't happen. You got the first issue of the Grandma Harley? No way. I'm jelly. I'm jelly. I'm very jelly. Grandma Harley. Old lady Harley. I don't think that hairstyle is very fitting for me, and I'm not fully blonde to where like we could do a slick back and then just do little baby hairs with like chalk coloring. But and I'm not doing the Braveheart makeup. Like, that's just not for me. Sorry. But everything else I think we did pretty okay with. I don't have the shoulder bitty, but I do have a crochet wrap. So, ha-ha. Ha, 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 ha. I saw the outfit and I saw the title, though. And I was like, this is what we're doing. You want grandma, you get grandma. I did. I sure did. I should actually preload it, though, so it's easier to move around when I'm trying to tape it. Maybe it'll roll. I don't know. Maybe we'll end up painting it, but the tape is a concept I'd like to explore. My back is a little bit happier with me, and I think I've realized that it's not actually my back hurting. It has nothing to do with my back. I think it's like organ inflammation pushing into my back muscles. Based on how I was feeling like at the end of last stream, and then yesterday, and through today. Obviously not streaming yesterday, I was able to be much more gentle with my body. And I think it's organ pain, not back pain. So I've been wrong. I don't really want to leave the boy to go get checked out, though. So unless it gets any worse, I'm not worried, like, too worried about it. It'll be okay. It's a little better today. Your kidneys and your colon. Which my colon has been very sensitive since the first time I had C. diff, and I didn't know it, and it festered horribly and it almost perforated. The tissue has never been able to, like, regenerate itself. Like, completely, fully. That's unfortunate. But I do have a cyst on one of my kidneys. I think the left one? But I don't remember if your kidneys are reversed inside of you. It's confusing. It's like looking at your dog's leg. Like, if their left leg is limping, I guess that would be their left leg. But then you look at them and you see it's their right. That always throws me off. I don't know my left and my right anyway. But I would venture to guess it's more colon inflammation than anything. My liver is happy. My kidneys are happy. Supposedly the cyst means nothing. They just happen sometimes. My kidneys are happy and my liver is happy. At least it was the last time I got blood work. But I think my colon is very unhappy with me. I've had C. diff on and off since at least, October of 2024? So it's kind of taken a toll on that area. Gotta drink more water, Panda. Stay hydrated. Right, let's go see Miss Peebs. Lady Harley. If I wasn't going to do Cowgirl Harley for Exotica, which I still might, I kind of want to build this, but do her as roller blade Harley. I think that would be cute. I don't know how I would be able to redo the whole hammer situation thing, but I have a bodysuit that's kind of like the fish scale material like that. And I feel like it would be pretty simple to create the bodice portion. And then the difficult part would just be like I think the leggings would be, or not leggings, the socks would be best done as latex. But that kind of has like a roller skate build to it. I don't know. Get some tea, Panda. What's the brand I like? Traditional medicinals. It's fun to say. This is a good one. It doesn't taste bad either. It's very yummy. Just tastes like lemon tea. Pibby's amazing with crowds. She loves being part of the action. She loves all of the attention. Gonna plan little cosplays for her too. She's gonna be in her stroller most of this year though. Like for convention wise. Highly recommend this one. That's a good one. Her legs just can't do all of the legging anymore. Like that's more fishnet than fish scale, but I still feel like it would be close enough. It would look nice. I don't plan on spending a lot of time at the booth anyway, but see, it's similar enough. I'm gonna go to a lot of seminars this year. But it's similar enough. I feel like that would be too much coverage too. And that's a more complicated design that would be difficult to create versus needing to buy. Yeah, she does have, I don't know what that's called. Inline skates or when they're in the middle. What is it called when they're 2x2? Wait, that's roller skates. Roller blades are in the middle. Roller skates are on the sides, right? I think. I think this would be a fun look to do, but I feel like it wouldn't translate well. That kind of outfit doesn't look good on me because I'm short as fuck, number one. And number two, it'd be Serena cosplaying as Harley cosplaying as Marilyn. Or Harley cosplaying as Serena cosplaying as Marilyn, depending on which way you look at it. But I really like the headphones. That little situation. That's cute. I think that's adorable. I'd be very ambitious, but it's worth a thought. Get our go cam going for Miss Peebs. Blades versus skates. I think I remember my dad explaining it to me that way before. I don't know how to roller blade, how to roller skate. I can only roller blade. I've never been able to keep my balance, make it make sense on the 2x versus the inline. First time I ever saw my dad cry, and like one of the only times I've seen him cry is when we were roller skating together and he ate shit on the pavement. I was so little and I was so freaked out. This is way before the age of commonplace cell phones. I remember just having no idea what to do. And my dad's just like, it's fine. I just need a minute. It's fine. Not laughing at him for crying, but it was an interesting experience. I feel like it's nerve-wracking to see your parent cry for the first time anyway. But, like, see your dad cry is, like, terrifying. You know it's bad. You know it's bad. Tank test. Tank test. Tank test. It's kind of not his fault, though. I mean, it is a little bit, but we were roller skating on, like, a dead end part of the road where they're going to continue the neighborhood, and then I guess just never did. And it was kind of chewed up and not in, like, the greatest shape. Oh, I forgot I had jewelry out. So it was really crappy to skate on. It's not there anymore. They ended up taking it out. I was so sad when they did as a kid because we loved to play in it. But my dad and his neighbor, he worked in construction. He passed away in a motorcycle accident a couple years ago, December. Where isn't this going? He worked in construction and they petitioned the city to take it out. And then he facilitated the taking it outage of, so they would both have like another quarter of an acre to their properties, which was pretty cool. We tried to convince my dad really hard to, like, is this even gonna fit? No? Put like a basketball court or like a tennis court or something in instead, but no. Land. It's all about the land. I feel like there's a lot more self-awareness in pre-cell phone times. I was thinking about that when I was showering the other day. Like, damn, I really had to just be reliable as a kid to look at my watch and come home on time instead of setting a silly little timer on my phone like I do now. Because, you know, I'm totally out playing outside with my friends. Building forts. Jumping over dirt hills. Alright, let's go see Miss Peebs. Let me set this all up for us. You gotta remember to not leave that on for Voya. He doesn't want it. I'm gonna try to let the boy, Mr. Tigra, have his own bed tonight and lay in with the boys. Voya was being my biggest hater last night. He was upsetty spaghetti, and I don't want him to stress out. I don't need to cause another emergency. No, I don't. I've actually never used a payphone. But I wasn't really allowed to go places until, like, cell phones were a thing. And maybe I didn't have one, but friends had one. So there was always a way to reach me. But I've actually never used a payphone. Like, I have no idea how to use a payphone. I know how to pick up something that looks like a payphone from doing jail visits. But I don't know how to actually... I think you just put the quarters in and pick up the phone. I don't know. I'm guessing that's how they do it in the movies. I don't know how to use it otherwise. I would be in big anxious trouble if I needed to use a payphone. And flip around here. Where are you? Oh, because it's not on the tripod. It would help to actually have the phone connected to the tripod to be able to have it on. Oh my goodness. No, broken or sticky, then I don't think I missed out on much. But I mean, same for the jail phones. Unfortunately. I mean, technically a jail phone is a pay phone. It just, you don't put the quarters in directly. Same layout, though. Alright, let's go see Little Miss. Little Missy Miss. See, in ways like that, I don't know if I'm privileged or just sheltered that I've never had to use a payphone. I probably should have been taught how, though, because I remember the first time I went to the movies with my friends, parents were gonna drop us off, and then we were just gonna meet up at one spot. So we had that like predefined. But I was early because my dad is early to everything, and my friends were late. And I just remember looking down at my watch, like kind of panicking. Like, what if no one shows up? What do I do? My dad's not gonna pick me up until XYZ time. I don't know what to do with this situation. I probably should have been learned. Not wrong about that. Technically, all phones are payphones. Shout out to the days of the top-up cards. Are there still phones that exist with the top-up cards? My dad would buy me one at the beginning of the month, so I would have like, I don't know, whatever $20 of a top-up card would be. And then I saved my allowance. And I used to sell little crafty things to the kids at school, like butt bags were a thing for a while. Have I told you guys about my butt bag era? I may have to flip back to desktop for a minute. And then I'd buy more top-up cards and get more phone time. Shh, don't tell my dad. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. The butt bag. So I saw my godmother liked shopping at really bougie places. And I saw a designer version of it, and I was like, I can make this myself. So let me show you all the butt bag, assuming I can find it. This is a very ambitious search. These. So I would buy a bunch of thrifted jeans. Or use my own that didn't fit. And do little liners and cute little handles. And I made and sold butt bags. So that's kind of a weird design to it. But it's nice that it's like a deeper pocket. It was the coolest thing ever. These are all smooth though. I left mine with rouged edges. They would be like fringy. It's a butt bag. I didn't know what else to call them. Butt bags. Which when you're in like 4th, 5th grade, you know, it's a fun phrase. They're like that. Fringy. Track phone is still around. Oh, I think my grandpa had a track phone. You're right about that. It's a kitty. It's a kitty. You used when you were doing census work because you didn't want to give out your actual number. I don't blame you for that. I wouldn't want to do that either. Well, I mean, how often do you go shopping for purses, Panda? This, I mean, mind you, this was cool in like the early 2000s. Whether it was actually ever cool, I don't know. But I made one for myself because I was inspired by it. And then all of the girlies I was friends with at school were like, oh my god, I want one of those. Where did you find it? How did you make it? Blah, blah, blah. So I used to sell butt bags. I don't remember for how much. I don't remember at all. Then at some point I started selling papers in my older years, but find a way to make it work. The butt bags were pretty cool though. I did well on that. Purse shopping is honestly annoying. You guys luck out on that one. I hate when I have to replace a bag. I need to replace my current bag because it's wearing out, and I've switched to 2 older bags that I have that I now understand why I don't use them anymore because I don't like them very much. They don't work for my function, but I'm putting off buying a new bag for as long as I can. I mean, maybe you guys do go purse shopping daily. I don't know. If you do go purse shopping daily, find me a new bag because I don't like shopping for them. I find it annoying. I don't want to put good money into it. And I expect the cheap ones to last, not look like shit and fall apart and look cheap. And I'm also very picky about the function that they provide. Very picky. Very picky and very cheap do not generally go hand in hand. Unfortunately. Thrifting purses is always a gamble, though. That is a good idea, and I like the concept. I love thrifting. But it's a gamble because then you look on the inside and either it's safe or it's filled with someone's old makeup gunk and like roll around things. And you don't want that. That's interesting. Just it's like biohazardous. Not even interesting. It's like a biohazard to stick your hands into. Miss Peavy! Miss Peavy lost a tooth today. She lied to us about her age. She catfished us. You go get her milk and her tooth. I gotta show you guys. It's so cute. It's such a little tooth. I'm going full circle to parental imitation because my dad used to keep my baby teeth in a little film container. My dad and I both don't know where my baby teeth are. When Daisy lost her tooth, we were talking about it, and he kept them, and he thought he gave them to me, but I don't remember him giving them to me, and I don't have them. So I don't know where my baby teeth are, which is a little weird. You don't need to know, but I had some weird baby teeth. Like, we saved all of my shark teeth. 2 of my baby teeth were fused together. Like, I want my weird teeth. Well, when you're me, you don't think about looking before you buy. You just stick your hands inside and hope for the best. I literally only found it because I was on the blanket with her like this, just doofing around, being silly, playing peekaboos. That's the only way that I found it. And when I first saw it, I was like, oh my god, one of your nails fell out. But no, it's her little tooth. Baby tooth. So I called my vet, and there's like nothing wrong with her vaccine schedule. It's still okay to stay on time with that. But she is a little older than we thought. But at this point, I don't think she's dwarfy. I think she's just a little stunted. She's probably going to end up being a little smaller from not having proper nutrition at the start of her life. Unlike Ringo, who still got big, but you know. The Tooth Fairy took them. Well, the Tooth Fairy also put them back in my dad's cabinet, but now they're not there anymore. I don't know where they are. He sent them in to be developed. I hope not. I want my teeth. I had a bunch of weird teeth as a kid. I want them. And you lost a tooth. It's one of her molars on this side. Because the first thing I did was look for more teeth to be lost inside of her mouth. No wonder she's been such a chewy butt, though. And, like, weird with her appetite. Her weight hasn't really... She hasn't lost, but she hasn't gained as much. But she's just been nibbling at her food. That's probably why. You're teething. It's just crazy, because Daisy Stripes and Nibbler are, like, 6 months old now, and they're just teething now. So she's somewhere shy of 6 months, but definitely older than the 13 weeks that I predicted today. You're so snuggly. That's why you were biting my toes so hard last night, though. You had a loose tooth. You had a loose tooth. A little loose cannon. You're so cute and snuggly. I've got to stop. I'm falling more in love with her every day. She's just a baby, though. She's just a baby. She's just a baby. You just a baby want to get down. Okay. Fine. 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 Shakarina. So a few rows left to go. You never know. You never know. I wouldn't do anything with them. I would just save them. Like I assumed my dad was doing. Not gonna like make art with them or like do magic with them. I just want them because they're weird. I don't know. I don't know why I want many of the things that I want. I just want them. That's what being a girl is. I don't know why I want or what I want or where I want. I just want. And you all are expected as men to know what that wanting entails. Like Petey right now, what does she want? We don't know. But it's our job to know, whether we know or don't know. Biscuits. Biscuits and gravy. Biscuits and gravy. Hello, monkey. Hello, monkey. We all love and miss you. We love and miss you. You sweet little bean. You sweet little bean. Boop, boop. I'll never forget when we did our first Harley when Stripes, Nibbler, and Daisy were babies. And it freaked them out really bad. They all hissed at me. I may look different, but I smell the same. Hi, baby girl. Are you chasing my boots? She's going after the straps of my boots. She's silly. She's silly. What are you after here? Hello, butt rubs. Butt rubs. Oh, baby girl. Oh, baby girl. I love her so much. I love her more than anything. How often do you leave kiss imprints on the zoo? Hopefully never. I remember once leaving lipstick mark on Chauncey because I just wasn't thinking, and I would smooch him in between his eyes, like in the bridge of his nose, because our faces fit perfectly over there. And I lipsticked him once for sure. But I try to be very mindful when I'm wearing lipstick because I use things that are not tested on animals, and I don't know if they're okay to be on animals. So my own paranoia keeps me from doing direct face full-on smooches, so I don't end up lipsticking the zoo. Hello, Stinky Moo. She's having a lot of fun playing with the little strappies on my shoes. Hello. Do you like the sweater too? Arr, 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 arr. You're so silly. She's gonna peekaboo us. Peekaboo! Sneak attack. Sneak attack. Sneak attack. Sneaky! Aboo! You're so cute. So cute. Be very, very, very light and cautious. No. Please no, we don't want to cover you in lipstick. I don't want to give someone a reaction to something that they don't need to have. Let's get you some Leco peeps. Your new syringes came today. I'm happy. This is not one of the new ones, but I get to use one of the new ones when I make her more Leco tomorrow. Why am I doing this up here? I don't want to step on your toes. Everything is toy. The whole world is your play toy. My bracelet is toy. Doot, 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 doot. It probably is a fun toy. She's such a little bulldog. I love her so much. Oh, tripod. That was big muscle moves. Sheesh. Sheesh. Peebs, that's not how we were going to do that. Goofy. Goofy. I don't know where I want this. I think I want it actually have just whoops. I know not what I do. Only what I theorize and conceptualize. Alright, sis. Blacko. I don't know what I was trying to do. Blacko. Don't panic and grab your towel. Last night, Gigi came out with me again. But then she didn't this afternoon. So we'll have to see what she does tonight. But I think we're finally on the road to progress. Slow and steady wins the race. Yummy! You're such a baby. You're like at least 4 months old now. And you're still drinking milk, but you won't eat your probiotic any other way. So honestly, I don't think it's helping at all, but we're gonna try. I'll keep trying. I still have not tried playing with her. Every time I think about doing it, I get nervous that she'll get scared of it like Tank did, and then I like talk myself out of it. But I do think she would like to. I do have a couple clips of her on camera where she's playing with the little shrimp toy, and she was enjoying that. But I'm not sure how intimidating a string toy will be. I think I'll have to look for one of like the shaped ones that are upstairs that the boys have. And so far, Temptations are doing it. Temptations are doing the trick. Where'd you go? Where did you go? Hi, Peebs. I found her. She was behind the chair. She does like playtime, though. I feel like that will be a huge motivating factor for her. I just need to get out of my head about traumatizing her with it. She just did a low and slow crawl under the whole dresser to pop back around. You're so silly. Let's fill your wallet and check your food. I still can't believe she lost a tooth. That's crazy. It's crazy. It's just a little shark tooth. Just a little baby shark tooth. My worry is that I'll scare her with a toy if I just have it over and she doesn't see around. Like, it'll just be like, imagine like a fish in the water while you're fishing. You're like, oh my God, what is this thing in front of me? If it's a very obnoxious piece of bait versus like an alluring piece of bait. Nice fill up, sissy girl. Just remember the string toy making Tank anxious, but I don't know what would really be a better toy. I think the snowball one that I have to figure out where that one is. Is it in here? I don't think it's in here. I think it's in the boys' room. No. So far, Temptations are doing the trick. Boop boop. Boop boop be doop. Come here, Goose. Come here. Come here. She walks with such purpose. She moves with a plan. It's like she already has everything predetermined in her mind. Hello. Peekaboo. Do some peekaboos. Peekaboo! Love you, boo. Love you, boo. Do ti la so fa mi re do. I love her so much. She's just so little. How are you so little to be so grown up and losing teeth? Is that how parents feel of like real human children? I don't think there's many of my baby teeth that I actually lost. I used to be brave and I used to rip them out. Now the idea of that terrifies me. Hi, sweet girl. She's hiding under my butt. I'm stuck. The irony of getting stuck on. The ha-ha. Hello. Oh, you like that. You do. She doesn't know what to make of it. You're so cute and perplexed. Here, let me try this. Now we can go all the way down, Peebs. Peebers! Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. It's a choose your own adventure. And thank you for taking the time to be here tonight. She likes the jingles. She's a little meerkat. Meerkat manner. Shiny. Cats are dragons and girls are dragons. There's no difference between the three of us. Are you trying to pull out more of your teeth? I feel like she's using the bathroom door mentality here. Careful, you don't want to eat any of the thingies. Okay. So big and tall and mighty. How tall are you? All the way. All the way. All the way. Come on. Good girl. She doesn't like stretch up all the way in her back legs. She still stays kind of squat with them. Tall girl. Are you boob height? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Whoa. 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 She's so mesmerized. Da, 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 da. You a big tough dog. You're a big tough dog. Big tough dog. Top dog law firm over here. She lost her balance. Oh, this tripod takes so much muscles to move. It's a calculated effort. Boop! Boop, boop. The sleeves. The claw. That's my butt. She's very interested in the shiny belt. Okay. Beavers. You know not what you are doing. You're gonna climb my back? She's like, why is there holes in this? What's happening? You are so weird. Now she just wants to go after my shoes again. She's a goose. You're a cat, but you're a goose. You can't chew on that. You can chew on many things in life, but not that. I just want to hold you because you're so cute. And you say, Mom, I want to be wild and free. I want to be wild and free like a real kitty. She is so funny. She brings me so much joy. Little baby girl, we gotta figure out what we're doing with you because it's gonna be kitten season soon. And regardless of me wanting to take a break from fostering for life stuff and chaos, we're probably going to be ending up needing to be foster ready. What do we do? What do we do, peeps? What do we do? I think tomorrow in my off time, probably towards the evening, because I have a lot of appointments and shit going on during the day. I'm gonna try introducing little Slug, little baby kiddo, to Mr. Tigra. I think that will go well. I'm curious to see how everyone does together. Void is so very coming out of her shell downstairs with everyone, and it is, excuse me, kind of mind-blowing to me. She really does, I guess, thrive in a gaggle of cats. I didn't expect that. I thought she would be scaredy girl. She really hadn't explored the basement much before either, too. No, she loves it. In Slug we trust. We do. He's a good boy, but I am not trimming his nails before we do, just in case. He needs to defend himself. He needs to make the defense known. Not that I would put him in that situation, but if he gets too nosy or too boisterous, like, yes, slap him in the face. PB's climbing the pole again. Or she was. Hi. That's a belt. We don't chew on belts. We don't chew on belts. No. I understand your teething, but we don't chew on belts, honey. Peekaboo! Oh, you got me like doing a back bend here, girl. It's not well coordinated. Hi. Peek. Peek. Yeah, that's where we found your tooth. Goofy. That's where we found your tooth. Boop, 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 boop. She's just so cute and funny looking. She's such a small head. I don't know what to think of this creature. Except that she's a boob sniffer. Does that bring you joy in life? What you doing, Schnuffy Schnurf? I would recommend not. Okay, you're going for the belt, but still. My belly button ring is in upside down because I was not sure how to do it right side up when I put it back in, and I still need to fix it. What are you after? It's the belt. What is the belt doing? I don't think you've ever seen a belt before. It's a new life experience. Is this what makes you happy? Okay. It's a little strange. But I accept it. But I don't think I understand it. I don't think I understand it. You goosey? You goosey? She likes being tech support, that's for sure. And apparently wardrobe control. Welcome, Norge. It's a baby. The baby. Trying to lose some more teeth for me to find. She doesn't like the sound of my shoes in here. She doesn't hear shoes very often. She doesn't like that too much. It's a little sketch. It's a little sketch for the little kitten. PB says smooch. Smooch'll boop. Boop'll smooch. They fuck them shoes. And chew on the sides of them again. I like how she just plots around. It's like she's showing off. Like, this whole room, it's for me. With this tiny little kitten body self. Oh, now she's thirsty. Now she's thirsty. Thirsty girl. Thirsty girl. I can get some teething toys for her. Considering she just lost a tooth this morning, I haven't had time to run to the store today. But I do have to go to Petco or PetSmart sometime before the end of the week, so probably tomorrow, because that would be the most convenient. I'll get some little teething toys for her. I think the pretzel toy that Gigi has in her space and Voya's green leaf toys are both teething toys. Adiboo. Adiboo. And there's also like Silverine and catnip sticks, but I don't know if she would be old enough for that. That might be a little too much. Thanks for doing the Boot Scoot Boogie. We all appreciated that visual. They can't help, I guess, sensitive rear end. It's true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You don't really have to do teething toys for cats like you really need to for dogs because cats aren't going to chew the walls and the furniture. PB. You're not going to chew the walls and the furniture like a dog would. But it does help for their mental sanity. And to not be chewing on your fingers and your toes. I'll get a couple little teething toys for her. I can't believe she lost a tooth. That's crazy. I can't believe I found it. It really did freak me out at first, though. I thought it was one of her nails and like I was gonna find a bloody paw, but no. It was her tooth. She just goes on her merry little way everywhere. I think she's about to round the corner. No? Oh, we stopped at the watering hole again. Longer than expected. She's very silly and cute. I love her. I'm gonna put her Mlecko back into the fridge and then we can bop into some Lego Bitmans. I'm gonna have to relearn all of the controls for real quick, so we're gonna have a beta test round before full gameplay. I don't remember what I'm doing in that game. The plot, yes. The controls, no. Okay. Crap. I'm gonna be sick. My shoes. She says, oh, those are scary. Those are scary. Don't shade me for ignoring Adam West. You have to go back. I think it was you that told me that you have to go back to save him later after. He's a return project. He's an Amazon return. I love you, Peeves. You smushed your little acorn. You smushed your little acorn. You goofy goose. There you go. He cosplays with belt loops. Although I guess with 2 belts that wouldn't work anyway, but still. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the cult. It is whatever you want it to be, baby. So choose your own adventure. I want to do something with the little signboard that we made on stream predicting the first foster's genders. Like put it in a shadow box or something. And keep it in the foster room forever. But something cleanable with like glass over it, I feel like would be best. I'm missing a door. I feel like that's a very Harley thing to do, although it's what I should be doing to the villains, not to myself. I closed myself in the gate. I'm stuck. eh. I feel like that's good villain tactics, but I accidentally did it on myself. Oops. Oops. Whoops. I know, you Tyra. You're a good boy. You'll be chilling. You'll be chilling. What in the spam are you on about, sir? I can show my tits. You could speak English. But I think we all benefit from sticking to our strengths. You know? And we're back. That was a good laugh. See, in moments like that, I genuinely don't know if someone's not a native English speaker, if they're just trying to be sneaky. Sometimes it's satisfying just to say the thing, and then imagine the thing, even if you don't see the thing. Like, say kittens, say puppies. You imagine them, and then it's joyous. You don't even need them to actually appear. I mean, it would be better if they actually appeared. That would be more satisfying to the soul. You don't need them to. I left the music on for Voya. I didn't mean to. Oopsies. I'm sorry, Mr. Bean. Slaying behind the mirror. He's a very silly goose. Didn't realize that was so conveniently located. Yeah, haha. Puppies! Kittens! It's like instant Prozac. You don't even need a prescription. You just need your imagination. Charge this a little bit too. Believe it or not, it doesn't really need it. Whatever shit fit my phone was having, I wonder if there's an app that I haven't used that was like running in the background that offloaded itself, and if that was draining it. Because it's holding good battery again, and it's not like it's been on the charger any more than it was before. I don't quite know what happened there, but it's no longer living at 30%, so I'll take it. I appreciate that. Bitmans! I'm such a silly goose. I mentally blockaded myself from setting up any kind of stream in the bedroom. Like in initial Tigra days, which are just a few days ago. So I was having mental whiplash about 2 monitors versus 3. And one would be small, like much smaller than even my laptop screen, because it's the little screen that's in Gigi's room right now. It's just a little portable external monitor situation thing. And I am such a silly goose. You know what I can do? That's simple and easy and cheap and free is just move this monitor, the third monitor over here, closest to the doorway. That's very easy to hook up and unhook to the other room and back and forth. I can just move the monitor. So we may be in there at some point this week doing something. I kind of have plans for this week. I dare not say the days because then I jinx myself, but at some point I want to fix up my Ivy cosplay. It's missing some leaves. It doesn't expose me, but exposes the fabric underneath, which is not the point of the outfit. I'd like to organize my closet and really hone in on... I did a lot of organizing with it last night, so it won't be that intense. For my standards. For you guys, it'll probably be terrifying. But, you know, this is the way I live. In chaos. Harley Quinn. What do you expect? Really hone in on which Harley I want to do. If I want to build a bitch, or if we're going more on the end of, like, let's hone in on rollerblade Harley. Roller skate Harley. Roller derby Harley. There we go. Third time's the charm. And then I had something else on the radar, and I don't know what it was. It's written down on the big board. That's all that matters. I know the command center is beautiful, but it can just be rebuilt with that one last piece of the puzzle in between spaces. Like, it's just simpler. I don't know. I find it very fascinating sometimes how long it takes my mind to get out of a roadblock and into the most sensical choice that seems extremely obvious and easy. Oh, which one is this? Beyond Gotham. Switch Twitch over here. All women's closets are a little terrifying. So many shoes. I feel like I don't have that much shoes. I have a decent amount of shoes, but not like a crazy amount. It's just really my most intimidating thing is all of my t-shirts. I have so many fucking t-shirts because I did not grow from like 12 forward. And I've held on to all of these shirts all of these years. I think I've mostly brought stream down to like the main part of the entrance to my closet, like with the cosplay stuff and the bed where I throw everything from the dryer. But we're gonna go actually inside of the closet this time, and you guys will see my little t-shirt storefront that looks insane because it's so many fucking t-shirts. I just have a lot of t-shirts. There's a section of my closet that's like I'm missing myself and my space here. It's like this, a vintage, and then like same diff for dress clothes, and then same diff for like nice t-shirts, like ones that I've like redone nicely and they're like stylish, not just a throw on t-shirt. And then about twice that, so this of like bras, and then this of like outfits, so twice that for lingerie, and then a small cosplay section, and then I have my big rack hanger for cosplay, and then God, about the same amount of cubes that I have of cosplay I have of t-shirts. Now that I'm thinking comparatively. That's a lot of t-shirts. That's a lot of t-shirts. That's way too many t-shirts. It's intense. Probably more bikinis than average, but those live upstairs. Those live in the foster room. Because it made sense before to like have it local and upstairs, and that was Munster's room at the time. But now it's a bit nonsensical. But it's fine. I'm not gonna move them around at this point. Welcome, WR8. You're having a good night so far. Those will pack up easy though. It's going to be horrible to move my clothes, and it's going to be horrible to move my books. One is just going to be an immense amount of like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Serena? the clothes. And the other is going to be immense amount of, oh my god, these are so fucking heavy. The books. And I mean, like, I'll have movers, but I don't just stand around and do nothing. I help. I don't want to move these books. When I put them in this corner, despite having my desk in front of it, which doesn't really make sense, I told myself, I will never move these books again. Not thinking about moving or such at that timeline because they've been here for, I think, 3 or 4 years now. But Lord. I don't want to move them again. And it's gonna kind of be a pain to pack up all the VHSs. And I guess just like all of my knickknacks of things. I'm not very minimalistic. I have little things everywhere that are meaningful. It's not just crap in places. It's just meaningful things that I like to be around. They're the challenges that some people do to wear all their t-shirts at once. I've seen some streamer clips of that. Imagine it probably ruins some of the outer layers. Yeah, you would really, I mean, like, because you're a solid object at some point of t-shirts. Like, not really stretchable around. Like, skin you can stretch around, but just packed shirts, not really. At some point, you're just a box. You're like Kanye and What's His Nuts in that one music video. Twitch always needs an update, and it can just call them its little panties. You don't need an update. You're confused. Beyond Gotham. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. I would never do that to my t-shirts. I love my t-shirts. I love my t-shirts. And I have been going through everything each time I'm putting my clothes away to kind of look through, like, okay, what do I really not wear? What do I really not want? What do I really not care about? What do I really not value? And some things have gone into the donation bin, which is awesome. But none of the t-shirts. There's one long sleeve shirt that I don't think I'll ever wear again, and I don't really care about, and that went into the donation bin. But that's not a t-shirt. That's just a long sleeve shirt, and I don't... If I'm going to wear a long sleeve shirt, I'm going to wear a hoodie. That's just me as a person. Oh, I forgot to take bets. That's not smart. It's not too... I'm only late by an hour, but oops. Oops. Oops-a-days. It always feels Star Wars-y in the opening bit. Feels like a Star Wars ship, not a Lego ship. Chaos is coming. Chaos is already here. Harley Quinn is in this bitch. I am the chaos. The okay ass and the chaos. That made more sense in my head than out loud. Autosave has now been enabled. Do not switch off the power when this icon is on screen. He looks so angry. Angry, 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 angry. Welcome, Mad Topher. I like your Harley outfit tonight, too. You guys inspired me. I'm old lady Harley tonight. Where is Old Lady Harley? Minus the hairstyle. I'm not fully blonde yet, so we can't do the slick back. And I didn't put wheels on Pippi. But I am old Lady Harley. Old Lady Harley tonight. Oh, I have a similar strap like that for my baby doll cosplay. I forgot about that. I could have implemented that tonight. But that was an inside thought, not an outside thought. I didn't say that. I'm perfect. I'm perfect. Not super versed in DC lore, but I think the Justice League had a space station. Well, the Justice League space station that I know nothing about is a knockoff. They copied Star Wars. They copied. The meeting room. I have no idea what I'm doing here. What does triangle do? Triangle switches people's true form. Okay. That was, I didn't mean to do that though. Oh, okay. That's how you hit things. That's how you jump. What's above me? Oh, I can fly. I can fly. That's a little intimidating. How do I get down? Oh, okay. Triggers do what? Really nothing? That's just directional movement. So there's not really much to know. Oops. I can fly. That's pretty cool though. I'm hyped about that. I don't know, maybe we need to build something. I have no idea. That looks like a button. Now it's broken. Hulk smash. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, we're running around collecting things. First priority. I'm guessing the secret-y thing means something, but that's our next priority. Oh, you want me to be that for that. Well, I didn't want to be that. I was enjoying being the knockoff Hulk. It was fun. Oh, crap. What did I do for that? How do I make it go away? Okay. Shiny! Shiny! Lego game rules are as such. Step 1, break everything. Step 2, build things. I can see that as valid. Makes me feel like I'm finally playing a game right. And I appreciate that. I'm fancy. Okay, now what do we do with you? I don't remember what I had to do to activate that. No, go bye-bye. I'm a fire in my lasers. There's very little self-control here in comparison to... Oh, sorry. Was I supposed to knock that over? Oh no, the piece just disappeared. Okay. Oh. I was supposed to switch, not... Or, no, we're on this? I don't know anything. I think it's telling me to search around that way, but for what? What am I looking for? What do you want me to see? What do you have to present for me? And fuck if I know. Oh, well, you're fancy. So do we need a key for you? What do we do with you now? It's gonna be hidden somewhere. Where? I don't know. Wait, a lever? No. Wasting my lasers at this point. I need to switch. How did I switch guys before? Triangle? How does that help? You're a hamster. No. If I were a key, where would I be? We're not playing Doom tonight. Come on now. You're not a hamster. Stop it. I were a key, where would I be? Is that, no, you can't go that way. Computers mean nothing. Step 3, kill the Green Lantern repeatedly. I didn't mean to, it was friendly fire. Which was friendly fire. He brought himself back, he was fine. I think I need to fly. Maybe. How did I do that? Nope. How did I make you big? Nope, that's switch. Oh. I don't know how I made him big before, but now we're flying. At least. Maybe that's not the answer. Oh, it's only making his head pop up because you can't see from that side. I'm silly. No. Fly, not see, silly. Oh, it's double X. Okay. I thought it was X circle. I feel like there's something to build that would turn that, maybe. I don't fucking know. Nothing else looks like anything. So the obvious choice would be to build something, right? Lasers on everything. The pieces are disappearing. That's not reassuring. Need them to stay to build. Nothing about them's the... Go to, oh my goodness. This game humbles me. Is the key on the table? I'm gonna feel really dumb if it is. That coffee is really hot now. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to bonk ya. Why can I not zap the croissant? When there, the croissant is no more. No more. Okay, now there is no more. I don't know what you want me to do. The things on the wall? I don't know. The TVs themselves? Alert! 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 No. Why isn't that blow-upable? It looks blow-upable. I feel like it should be blow-upable. Why is it not? Let me see your existence. No? Okay. I don't know. This is humbling. Just open. That's all you need. Did I just nuke him? Why did he melt? Maybe it's a game of endurance. Don't make me feel bad for Adam West. He's a cute old man. Oh. Well, that's smart. I am not, but that is. Oh, crap. Puzzle. So how do we need these to go? Nope. Oh, get back in there. I don't know what I'm doing. Turn them all off? I guess so! Oh, it clamps them all down. That makes more sense. Good call. When in doubt, fire your lasers. They're all tall now. Fancy. Is it because she's a woman? That's why hers doesn't work. She gets less of the effort of power. So what do you suppose we do with these? Lasers is the answer to everything. Alert, alert, alert. I don't think that's the answer to anything anymore. The answer to everything anymore. The baddie one we probably start with? Yes. What do you need me to look at and say? What? I'd find it mind-boggling. This is like so intuitive for children, yet I don't have that unique, well-rounded thought any longer. That one, do we need to build something for that? I destroyed everything already. Do we need this? Oh. Push. No, that's probably the last step. What do we do for you then? You're shiny. Do we need lantern magic? Yes. Was I supposed to? Oh. I was in charge of that. I didn't realize. Now I know. Yeah, typical woman. Can't even statue. Stupid bitch. And then with that one, we build another lever? No? We built something. Look at me, I made my logo. I'm so fancy. I'm a hamster. I don't know what to do with you. What do you require? Now do we push Batman? Oh, really? What do you want me to stop being a hamster? Do we need to be him? Back off, buddy. What do you want me to figure out? I am pressing circle. I'm a hamster. Oh, press and hold. Bonk. It's like a TV, you just have to hit it and then it works again. Okay. They still don't light up Wonder Woman's though. Sheesh. To punch the hint to have it display. Probably. Will I remember that? Probably not.
We may need some assistance. Calling all Justice League members. Mayday. We have a code red security breach on the watchtower. Looking good. Calling all Justice League members. Mayday.
Dun dun dun. Good old percussive maintenance.
Mayday. Calling all Justice League members.
Flash is so happy.
Mayday. Calling all Justice League members. No? We'll take the check, please.
We never get a break.
Oh. Ruh-roh.
Cape Crusader. Saves time if you just call me Batman. We'll come help. Security protocol indicates I shut down the teleport to block their escape. Yeah, I know. We'll get another ride.
Batman always sounds so grumpy. So direct. I would not be able to live a life with Batman. I would always think he's mad at me.
I'm afraid the bat rocket
It wouldn't work out.
takeoff, sir.
Why does this always happen when we're in a hurry?
We'll need to fix up the rocket if we're going to save the others.
Oh, oh. I forgot I could yeet myself. I didn't mean to. Let's jump. How do I make you hit things? Oh. Don't fall over again. I mean, like, it's technically okay, but try not to. Do your best. To not do your worst. You're shiny. Does that mean something? Go, Batsy, go! Do you do something with that? Do you do something with that? It's shiny. I don't know. It's too close. Hey, you gotta move, my friend. Why is it not throwing? Is only if it hits a target that it... Oh. That makes sense. Hulk smash. Alfred, can you unlock this? No. No. No! We can't be Alfred? He's just our tag-along right now? Christ in hell. I really appreciate when games have like an end of the world, edge of the world, like buffer kind of situation. Okay, I give up. I don't know if you're important or not. We'll find out later. I kind of really need that in a game. Otherwise, I just do this. Only Alfred can be Alfred. Oh, I bet those are shiny because they're build pieces. Alfred is a one-of-a-kind gent. He is a good man. He uses power suit to destroy silver Lego. Oh my god, that power suit is fucking hilarious. That's Adam West's Batman outfit with the blue, right? Hold triangle as Batman and Robin to select different suits from your gadget wheel. Thank you for reminding me, because I would not know. The power suit. Swoosh. Okay. Oh yeah, you do have to punch the hints. There we go. Oh, I'm booming them. That makes sense. Alfred's just casually stacking his tray. You don't boom? Oh, sorry, Robin. I don't know what happened there. This one doesn't boom. Okay. You're a faker. You're a liar and a faker. You're a fraud. You're a fraud. Kinda gotta stop doing that. But I kinda can't help it. I don't do it on purpose, it just happens. It's their fault, they stacked this whole world up on the edge. It's not my fault. Well, alrighty then, smart-ass Robin. Oh, I didn't realize I was setting a big charge. I don't think I can really boom myself, but does that mean we need the sensor suit? I don't know which one comes up as orange. That one has orange. Maybe? Oh my god, I did it. No, I went invisible. I didn't do anything. I don't think we need the sensor suit for that one, but I don't know. feel like there's something he's supposed to do with it. It looks like it. Regular Batman? Whenever it's the right thing, I think it should come up as a circle toggle. I feel like that would be the orange indication. No, don't keep... That man is reckless tonight. He's making choices. I don't think that's right either, but that was a cute little glitch. Oh, sorry, Robin. He's a little too close for that one. What do we do with those? I no longer have knowings. I don't think I had knowings to start with. There's something over here that it wants the other suit for. Sensor suit. I tried swapping between all three for the other thing and still got nothing. Oh, it wants me to build over here, I think. Are you indicating? No. I don't know what it wanted the sensor suit for over here, though. What do you want from me? No, you don't need to... To be fair, the upper corner of the screen does say press any button, and that's literally what I'm doing, so... Can you go back to visible? You know what, he can just be invisible if he wants to be. Who am I to judge? It wants the orange Batman. I think that would be the power suit, not the sensor suit. Because that's not doing anything. That's not the right button. That's not doing anything. You got nothing for me here. I don't know how to make him not invisible again. There. That one. I don't know what you want from me. Whatever version of me. A regular Batman? Is that what you desire? I guess that is the kind of picture of regular Batman. But then, what do you want me to do with the... I need to be further away. You are just one of the great many mysteries of life. That is all. That's all I've got for that one. It's a great mystery of life. Oh, I can kick down the lights too? I missed so many Legos. So many opportunities to go overboard. Hold up. We got more to do here. Oh, not yet. No, sorry, Robin. Don't have good aim. There is the mysterious floating hint. I have a feeling it'll tell us something for the next part. But I'm curious if it will say about the prior. Narrow save. Because we just built something in that corner. I think it's going to tell me how to activate it. And probably Robin has to activate it, because I don't know, why not? Why wouldn't he? What's that mysterious ticking sound? wants Robin. It wants Robin. No, I don't think we wanted mini Robin. Oh, yes we did. Okay. Yay! I totally did that on purpose. I was not watching. Did not shut it down in an appropriate amount of time. Yeah, that's for whatever that is. I don't, the other part is just extra credit. I don't think it matters much. So how do you want me to get up there? Do you want me to fly? Oh, actually? Oh. Maybe not. Is there any more of the world to go through? I bet there's flying stuff in here. Maybe. But how do I activate you, you fucking son of a bitch? Son of a bitch. It's showing regular Batsy in the picture. 99.9% sure. Otherwise it's Power Suit Batman. But no, that's red and glowy. He has like data glasses. So it has to be this version of the bat. Pew, 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 pew. Sorry, Robin. Sorry. Just be out here making choices. Where's my Batarang? That's not gonna do it. What do you want me to do with those? You're a butt. You're a butt. You're a butt. This is boggling me. Oh, that threw me off. I thought it was showing tag gadget wheel as like the middle main screen. Maybe for Batman, but not for me. Do not think of my peers as lesser. That's not cool, man. Well, this is promising. I learned nothing. How do I get my supersonic vision situation? I guess that was in a different suit. But it wants this suit version of me. God damn it. Alfred. Why would changing with Alfred make a difference? What do you want from me? This is maddening. I now feel like there's something here that will help us up to over there. But what? Kicking does nothing. Why is Robin just like breakdancing? Break dance so you don't break down. On this episode of Terrible Bosses. Oh my god, I don't fucking know. I know nothing. Do I still need to be Robin? There's a bat on it though. I feel like there's something else happening here. What are you? Just Legos. I'm accomplishing something here. I don't know. That's the best I've got. Are you something to jump on? Are you stuck? Oh my dear. Well, I don't think that was the way to go. Those aren't breakables? Okay. It's shiny. Does that mean we need a power suit? Then we do boomies? Yes. Boom. Does it send down a ladder? I think we need Robin's stick for that one. Oh, no. Are we just gonna leave him down there? Must I fetch for him? No, he figured it out. Okay. Robin. Trading spaces. No, Batsy, get out of there. Oh. Why am I back down? Really good at dying. No. Nope. Bye-bye. No, go back to which you came. There we go. I did it again. No, don't set chart. Come on. Sorry, Robin. It's a violent playthrough. Okay. We're getting places. We're getting places. I thought it was gonna explode it, but I guess we have grappling hook privileges. We are privileged. Oh, well, Batman just got gotted. Okay, finally, it's open, whatever it is. Or there's something in front of it that indicates things. That are things. No. I don't know how to disappear him. Triangle is recall? Oh, okay. I think Robin will have to do something with that later. But as for here... With this now. With this. Now Batman got a Batman. I think. Yeah, just blow everything up. That's a great solution. Oh, in this case, yes. Oh, I didn't mean to select. How do I deselect? I'm sorry, Robin. Sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, the sonar suit. We did need a different suit, but it's a deceptive photo. It's very, very deceptive. I was just chomping at the bit too early. That was my fatal flaw here. Now we need your weird little friend. For what? I don't know. Where do you want him to go? Oh! He flies! Why does going over the edge make him fall? That's dumb. Oh, that's all he needed to do. Okay. Got it. Only the specific Batman can break the extremely durable material that is glass. True. This is very durable. I broke one of my windows when I locked myself out once. And then I learned how to repair and replace windows. Be proud. Did that trade our spaces? Is Batsy over there now? Oh my goodness, no. He's over here. Shit. Did I do that wrong? Where's your little friend? Like he just waves at it and it opens. Replacing glass is not hard, but Lord, it is nerve-wracking. What are you looking for, my dude? That. Okay. Bloop. Is it gonna open a bridge? Yes! We did it! We did it. Hooray. Oh.
What? How do we get this thing to the gas station?
Robin, we have fuel.
I fall down way too much. Oh my god! Just walk on the bridge. I have 0 survival skills. This is Slavka playing right now, by the way. 0 sense of self-preservation or any kind of survival. Like, just truly none whatsoever. 0 common sense. 0 common courtesy. Not a single fuck was given. Alright, Mr. Sonar Blaster. Buster Brown. Looks so funny wobbling a boot. You even have to be like in super range for it. Sheesh. Nope, nope, don't be a fire in your lasers. You need more pieces for build? Maybe? Okay, have your fancy little sonar suit. Oh my goodness. Don't give a fuck, Serena, to some of your best gaming. No, it's honest. It's worse when I try. Case in point. But you know, I've been proven just throwing around stupid nukes. That the most ridiculous choice I can possibly make is probably the best choice. I feel like that applies to most things, though. When you stop, like, caring about the outcome and you just enjoy the process, when your goal is to have fun, it tends to be the best playthrough. Boop. Can't think too hard about it. What do you need to do now, little guy? I don't think anything. Yeah, you get out of my way, Batman. Oh, triangle. Triangle takes him back. And we need hazard suit, Robin? Or bat suit. What did his look like? Oh, hazard suit, Robin. I just called him Ramen instead of Robin. My nasals are getting to my brain. How did we plug this in before? Tell me things. Oh, we want to suck up the pieces. How can you not? Shut the fuck up! Bitch! How can you not get this one? Pardon me for existing in a constantly learning capacity. Pardon me for enjoying the ride. You snarky... all of the words in the alphabet. Snoodle schnoot. Shame on you. You shut your whore mouth. Vacuum up my pieces how I feel best doing so. Stinky butt. And vacuum up Batman too while I'm at it. See how you like me now. How you like me now? I don't remember how to put it in though. Giggity. Circle. Circle. Do I have to keep tapping circle? What am I messing up? No, not Batsy. Oh, it's a circle hold. How can you not get that? That's so rude. I'm glad I'm a more mature version of me now than I used to be, because as a kid, that would have made me ditch the game entirely. It would have hurt my feelings that bad. I am such a sensitive snowflake. Or I have the propensity to be such a sensitive snowflake. Solidity levels are running a bit low. It's good to fix them. Apparently. I don't know. Why are you invisible again? We didn't mean to do that. No. No. Yes. What are you... Oh. Tap, not suck. I couldn't see in the green of the world. What did I do to make him do that? Oh. No, wrong button. This game challenges me in a way that, like, no game has before, and I find that interesting. But I think I like it for that reason, despite appearing and being extremely challenged by it. But it's like softcore challenging. I think mostly just because you insta-respawn. Whoop! It's a Mario! Oh, sorry, Batsy. Can use a sensor suit to see through certain green walls. See, now that was an important hint, wasn't it? So don't talk shit. Sensor suit, I think. You don't need to be invisible. Wait, didn't we already learn this? Something needs to reconnect over there. Open sesame. Perhaps. It's nice that they don't make the in-game punishment too dire. Hell yeah. This is, I mean, I keep calling it a kid's game, and as rating-wise, it's a kid's game, I would think. I haven't looked it up, but I'm assuming. And I'm assuming that I'm correct. But they do need to be forgiving on some level for, like, kids play. And I would assume that primarily kids enjoy it. Or adult players. People just like Lego stuff. I feel like Lego's the most popular it's ever been. But they do have to make it kid-friendly that way. I would give up if I kept dying like that. Like 100%. I need to be Robin for that. Who needs to pull the lever, Kronk! Kronk, pull the lever! Or does he do it? No. No, that's this. Oh my god. I don't think he has jack shit to do with that. It was a thought. This wanted Batsy to do things. I think there was a triangle trigger over here. No? I don't know. I'd fall down. I'd jump up. I fall down. I already did that. I don't think you're asking me for more things with that. Otherwise, why would that be there, though? What? We already have as many pieces as we can give you, sir. Okay? Need more pieces, though. What can I destroy? What else can I destroy? I need things to destroy. Oh, sorry, Batman. Not you. That was my bad. Oh, that did not work. I assumed. You know what happens when you assume. I'm way too good at dying. Can I destroy any of those? I need things to destroy. Give me things to destroy. Give me destructibles. Nonsense this is. I need my pieces! I need the pieces. Is there more over here that I missed? You're breakable. I suck up pieces of you. Yes. Are you breakable? We needed you, so probably not. Is that maybe enough pieces? Yeah, I sucked everything up from over there already. Not that I want to make our rocket ship defunct, but I have not tried Dark Souls yet. One day, in a galaxy far, far away. We have much on the list for this year. Like, outside of the few things that I want to play, personally, you guys have stocked up, like, every bit of filler for every night that I have a game crisis and don't know what I want. You know how helpful that is? You are men of the world, absolute kings. You've made this simple for me. All the girlies want in life is someone to make things simple. And you guys have done that for me. We're queued up on like every game possible. What was the next step to this? Any direction of genre I could want to lean into. Why are you not completing? You're full. Really, any direction of games that we could want to lean into. We can. Thanks to you, Club Cult. No, you want Robin, so to do what? They're all just floating. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. You don't need to be that version of him for it, though. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Oop, oop. feel like that would be good to cue in for a future torture night. How do I know if everyone's feeling uppity? Do I run a poll in Discord? Are we uppity tonight, Club Coat? Salt must flow and closet space. Oh god, I'm not looking forward to moving my closet to the French. I am not at all. Bish, I don't know what to do with you. Any other time you gave me the toggle. I don't know. Let's go back up here. No, not him. I don't want him. I have no idea what this game is asking me to do. Why do you keep being stuck there, Batman? You doing a little dance. A little dancey dance. Oh my god, I'm going insane. No, you don't need to be invisible. I just wanted to use your vision stuff. It's not gonna do anything, but it's gonna make me feel better. Was that oh, I thought maybe that was actually a thing to do, but no. But no. I don't know, where's a hint button when I need it? You're blinking, you look important. What do you want from me? Oh, really? I don't know if I'm proud or disappointed. Yeah, that we're all ready when we reply that a Discord poll would be beneath us. Turn up our noses at it. I expect replies, not in the form of votes, but in the form of everyone taking a picture of their nose hairs to show me how hoity-toity you are, and above it all. I want to be able to count the nose hairs. That's the level of uppityness that I expect from you all. Do you want the sonar suit? Which suit? The searcher suit. Wait, what? Sensor suit. That's still 1 iota lost on me. That was weird. Oh, green goo, bad. I learned. What do you want me to do with that? No, don't go in the icky. No, get out of the icky. Goober. Oh, there's the pole. I get too distracted by the sparkly. Looking but not watching. I expect a monocle and a top hat, and if you do not have a mustache, a finger mustache. Skillfully drawn. Not cheap like mine the other night. If we have expectations, we have standards. Fuck them barrels. Shiny. So is it only silver shiny? I guess so. Sorry. Sense with your sensors. So is the new name of the game now that we need 2 different suits for everything? No? Maybe I'm at a bad angle. Must be a heavy gun, because you can't lift it up. Oh wait, it was the booms that we used for the silver things.
It's too dark to see anything in there.
Just out here destroying the Batcave. I guess that's a permanent fixture. Sonar suit? Nope. Oh, that was cool. I didn't do that on purpose, but that was cool. Sounds like the Star Wars blaster. Do I need to be Robin to get the hint? You want the hint? Let's not be mocked for it. It's illumination suit. Okay. I guess technically we're already wearing it. How big Batman's closet must be with all those suits. No, how big must his dry cleaning bill be? Because he goes between like, what, 5 different suits? And there's 7 days a week? And like, that's some serious material that you just can't run through the regular washer and dryer, you know? Like, that requires an intense and careful cleaning to hold on to the integrity of the suit as well. I don't think it's more about his closet size. I think it's more the
Use the rover to look for my spacesuit.
That's kind of weird. Why would your
the dry
spacesuit
cleaning
be
bill.
in here?
I ran out of closet space, okay?
Have you played this? Did you know that was gonna be the next line? Oh, it's not a hold. How do I move this thing? What? Driving is not my strong suit in game. I can't even move it. Oh, I have to press X to like activate motion. Okay, that makes a little more sense now. Am I like on the fucking moon? What is this shit? I have a horn. Beep. We have what? Perseverance, opportunity, and curiosity, and now Harley. For Moon Rover Explorers. No, turn around. There was a thing. No, turn around again. There was a thing. Did you get it? Don't get stuck. Get it. Sheesh. Batman faked the moon landing. I mean, it would have been around the right time, right? When was the first Batman movie out? He went to the moon in 1969. No, go backwards. It's somewhere over there. There. Keep thinking it's a press, it's a hold. I think there's another one like just right over here. Yes. Good job, Leia.
So why the spacesuit? I thought Batman could breathe in space.
What? Never mind. I can use the jetpack now.
Batman's in his girly feels. Never mind. I can use the jetpack now. Be honest, that song does help me remember the year of the moon landing. And that makes no sense as a memory aid. Oh my gosh. It's helpful. I don't remember what Disney movie it was from. It's from some Disney Channel original movie. We went to the moon in 1969. 1968 for the year after. No, give the hint.
I help because I can.
I don't like him. He's turning me off. Fire the lasers. In which suit? I didn't pay attention. The sonar suit. Oh, no, this one. The new suit. Unlocked. I don't remember what the movie was, but I feel like the dude from Phil of the Future was in it. But I could be wrong. So we got this new suit, and then Robin needs things. Shut up. Yeah, see, keep that reassuring little aspect. Now I can heat gold. Do I need to be from a distance? Must it be exposed? Huh? Tell me again.
Need some more interdimensional help?
Shut up. Spacesuit. You're not wearing the spacesuit? Hold circle, not square. That's what I'm doing wrong. No, turn around. There. Ooh, 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 ooh. It's from Even Stevens? I'm surprised. I didn't watch a lot of Even Stevens. I'm shocked that stuck in my head. YouTube is probably the worst recording of it ever. Some kid recording it on like their 12-inch square TV. Probably. Me, I was cool. I recorded my things through the VCR.
How can you not get this one?
I'm gonna smack him. It's got VHS tracking errors in it. Oh, that's like a nice feeling though. It's nostalgic. Double tap X to fly using the jetpack on Batman's jet spacesuit. Jetpacks only work for a limited time and require fuel cells to charge them. Okay. That's promising. Pardon. Robin needs to do something over there too, but... Oh, that's for Robin, not for me. I appreciate the attention to accuracy that it's procuring. Like heating the metal. Looks cool. Oh, that one's for Bitman. So what do you want from Robin over here? Oh. Can he crouch? This game makes me feel so dumb. Yet it's so cute that, like, I don't lose motivation to figure it out because it's so cute. But, crikey. Do we need to break this open more or something? Or, like, fly through it? I'm not good at flying either. This is not promising. That's something. I don't know what, but it's something. You're stuck. Step bro. I don't know what you want me to do. There's too much power going on here. I left Robin stuck. Oopsies. Left him stuck. Oh, you want me to build things? What do you want built? Is the techno suit the green one? No. Y'all got too many outfits. No, not the Olymp. Which version of just regular Robin? Who's Green Robin? We don't have Green Robin. I'm going to lose my mind. You want the lantern? Like, who do you want? Fuck if I know. Don't make no sense. I didn't think we had a green Robin, but I had to attempt to presume. Oops. Because we were right there. No. Why are you telling me to triangle? What do you want him to do? What do you want from me? Fly through there? No. We need Robin to illuminate this somehow, somewhere. Maybe? Keep forgetting whose thing is whose thing. So then does the game set it up for other characters to pass through later? Ah. I guess I kind of forgot that he can't just free ball through there. Oh my god. Are you really expecting me to do this right? I don't know about that one. Eject! Eject! I don't think that's the thing of importance. What does Batman need to fly to? What is the purpose of your flight? Let me read the hint again. I don't care if it yells at me, I want to know. To fly to what? The fuck do you want from me? Is there like a stamina bar somewhere? Can't like go down to go through it. I mean, you don't have the light suit anyway. I don't think there's anything else that's impertinent or important within there.
Gotta refuel it before I can fly again.
What do you want? What do you want from me? I really just do not know. Can't fly any higher to get to like upper stuff. I don't know what you want from me. It's just showing his picture up there because I'm going behind the thing. I don't know what you want. I don't know. Maybe I need to go in there again and be Red Robin, which I don't quite understand. But this isn't opening anymore. So I don't think it'll let me back in the rover. And I crash it. So I don't know. I don't know. Oh wait, do they mean for this machine I need to be Red Robin? I might have been overthinking that. Do they mean like inside of there? It looks like it means inside of there. Can I break the glass wall with Batman's sonic beam thing? Sonar beam? Maybe? Oh, I'll turn around. No. This is so effective. Call the bats upon me. No. Just for fun. Woo! 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 Stuff and things. Stuff and things. That's it. Yeah, that's what I thought.
May I be of assistance?
We'll get back to that one. Okay. Wait, now it wants regular Robin? He's what, gonna be able to go through from the side? Technosuit? No. Him, not you. It's kind of my bad for leaving them so close together. Is that even asking for Robin? There's a gauge next to the portrait that shows no time remaining. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to that. I was looking everywhere else on the screen. I don't think it's asking for Red Robin. I think that's setting up for others. What the fuck do you want me to do? I want to scream. Not really, but kind of. Thought I was accomplishing things. I was wrong. Oh, I can shoot things from here. Okay, there has to be something that I can shoot from here that makes sense then. There has to be, or something we can build, something. I don't know. Something. Can I destroy the trolley card thing? Check. No. I don't know if that's correct, but it's something. That's all that matters. Oh, it does look Superman-y. That's a good point. Guess we're just setting up the stage and making everything perfect for everyone else. Batman is so kind and caring. He actually is. He's a good man. I'm out of anything else. What do you want from me? Swear to fuck. One more time, hint, tell me things. I'm not completing the objective because it's still there. What do I need to fly around and see? Do I need to leave the territory? Oh, go charge yourself. Rude. Need to fly over to wherever the ship may be. That is a non-going place. Oh, because we can't fly up anymore. None of this looks correct. There has been attempts. I don't know. I don't feel like that's right, but I don't feel like it's necessarily wrong yet. Try it again. I spy with my little eye what is on my level that I have not seen yet that is something. I don't know. Wait, what about the train at the beginning? Where was that? That's the roof. Boop. Wait, wasn't that up here? It's just not there anymore? Oh no! I'm confuddled. Oops. I'm not good at that bridge. Get some good rest. Thank you for taking the time to stop by the Mad Topher. I appreciate you. Get some good EPs. Hope the week is kind to you. And most importantly, be kind to yourself. Boop. Wait, what did you want me to circle toggle over there? I don't know what you want from me, Legos. Don't know. Oh, toxic. Do. There's a ladder. Does he need to fly to the ladder? Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna scream like a little bitch, if that's true. No, in. No? Should I turn it off and then step in lava repeatedly? That? No. Yes? Oh my god, are you kidding me? So get up to wherever you are. So we need to use the... What the fuck do you want me to do? There's the lasers. There's no, like, up perspective. Holy fork. I think I figured it out, but, how do we shoot it? From inside? How do I know where I'm aiming? Nope. of the lava. Okay. Then Red Bull gives you wings. No, get up in it. Oh my god. I do not have the skills for this. Is there a way to pull it down? It looks bent. How did I even get up in it before? Progress, but how? He's just doing a little dance. Look at you. You goofy goober. Does he need to go up there? No, he doesn't move back and forthly. Probably the hazard suit in a hazardous area. No, you don't need to suck up Batman. Oops. You fell in there on your own, buddy. That was not on me. That's not going to be the way. Those are not selectables. Which of the Robins had a stick? Regular Robin? Oh, this is going to be the end of me. This is more simple than I'm making it out to be. I know it. Making it complicated. Can't. How did you get into it before? That's off. Nope. Nope. Get out of. Oh, double X is fly, not double circle. Ah, and that moves us up. And then there, God, Jesus. There we fucking go. That was so much. Goodness. I feel like that's so obvious, but that was so hard. It's nonsense. It's all pure nonsense. Destroy it all. Destructicon Serena era. Build. Get back. Get up here, you goose. Do I need to make him climb himself? Really? You little. Needs mommy to hold his hand. I did it the wrong way? What would have been the right way? I'm curious. That didn't feel right, but it still worked. Need more pieces before I can build more. Nope, still not enough pieces. Oh, Where do more pieces come from then? I don't think I figured out the blue thing before. Unless did his sonic beam thing do it? Spacesuit. Power suit? Ah, I'm stuck. Sorry, Robin. I don't think that did it. I don't think I figured that one out. Oops. Oops. It didn't feel like the right way. It felt like you should have been able to fly, like, up in directions. More so. Oh, you know what? You know how I could have done it now that I think about it? I got up by... Oh, he's not charged for flight at the moment. You couldn't just trigger up or down. You had to, like, actually press this. And I probably could have done that from outside of it and then heated it up and opened it up from over there. But no. What gets built out of you? Goofy. I don't have more flight in me, though. We gotta go back. I don't want to go back. Rude. Excuse me. I'll see if I can do it here. Oh, I had to press down X to move across ways. So I could have gone up like that and then opened it from here instead of just doing it blindly from the other side. But no, I enjoy doing things the hard way. Why think laterally? Why think with latitude when you can play the long game with longitude? It's foolishness. Look at me dodging that toxic shit. GG's. Okay, I don't know if you wanted to build a bridge or if you're expecting me to fly. And now I know. Kind of. Oh, that's too high. Now you tell me. Is that what the hint is going to tell me too?
Well, look who came back for another hint.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Okay. I feel like that came out with a purpose and I'm just destroying it. Destruction. I don't know what that wanted me to build down there. Something. Yeah, because I know how to do shapes. Huh? I'm stuck. Oh, okay. How do you want this to work? Why are you so difficult, Lego? It's concentrated on each part. It's turning red. Am I glitching or am I stupiding? Do I need to be flying for this? Because you can't... Oh my god. All of this is so easy in concept, but so difficult in theory. Turn it off. What if we start further up? There is no starting further up. This is the death of me. It is going to be the Batman logo. I see like the white Stitch outline, but I don't understand if I'm doing something wrong. Or if the game, I don't think his laser is supposed to get stuck toggled on. Did it say that in the hint? No, get the fuck down, you flying monkey. No, get down. Get down. Hold O to use once the laser hits the wall, move around the outline to cut out a shape. Is that not what I'm doing? Okay, now we made it to the top a little bit. Over. Over! Oh, it's like stitch by stitch. Like the exact outline, not a rough outline. Okay, now I understand. That was a me issue, not a game issue. You did it.
Well, when you're the one with the laser,
You did it.
you can decide what shape to cut.
Build a tiny bat computer.
To override the back computer.
What do you want me to do with that? Oh my god. I don't know. And we need Robin. How do we get Robin? Or is that Soups? I think that's for Soups. Need him with the little suit with the little guy. No, why did you come back over here? He just off himself? So what do you want with him? For that? No, he's gonna follow. Okay, I see. This is a multi-step process. I am now well aware. Wee! 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 Now, hopefully, we're all together. Batman fell over, and, like, I haven't seen him since. Is he just gone? Did he die too many times? Like, was that it? I feel like we're gambling with, like, a doomsday countdown here. Did I just get battered? Is he, like, pranking? Is that even what you wanted from me? Okay. He just went bye-bye. He jumped over the edge and, like, was never to come back. Maybe there is only a certain amount of deaths that you can have. What the I don't know what this is asking of me. Do I touch the things? It's a maze. I'm not good at mazes. Get lost in mazes. Welcome, Thiago. Welcome. Hello. Hello. Hello, excuse me. Are you gonna complete this maze for me? I didn't think so. I didn't think so. Be Techno Robin from here? How do I change my me? What do you want from me? Puppies! Kittens! What me do you want for this? I am the only me that I can be. I can't toggle out of this version of ramen. I'm confused. Keep calling Robin ramen. Like, I'm nasally, but not that bad. That is already his suit color. Oh. Whatever that is what I had to do. Oh, that's not good. It's not ideal. Good old Batman and ramen. I mean, watching Batman with a bowl of ramen sounds nice. That would be preferential. Oh, level 2. I do not play Super Mario. I do not speak Spanish. I do fall down a lot, though. Yeah. Ah! I don't like games like this. This is not my happy place. This is not my happy place. Ah! Ah! Did I fully die? No. Not yet, anyway. Calm down, you little balance beam. I would guess that this is scored in some kind of timing way, but slow and steady wins the race. Okay. I'm not trying to race car through this anymore. Udon noodles are so good. The broth is like the same as ramen, but it's just like a... Oh, there's empty space there. I thought there was blocks. It's just like a thicker noodle. Am I cracking a secret code? Whoa, the floor is all wavy. That's what the ground looks like on drugs. Tripping balls over here. The wave of life. I don't know how to do this, except I started it too late. There we go. Oops. Oh, no, that was too early. Gotta wait for it to quit back. Oh, we don't jump, we just follow the whole thing, like, precariously? That's kind of fuckety. Oh, now you jump. Now you jump, bitch! This is not gonna go well. No. I guess I was balanced for a moment. Like thick nudes and I cannot lie. You other pastas can't deny. With an udon bowl and ramen in tow. Happy as a clam am I. Jump, tuck and roll. Tuck and roll, bitch! Almost! What is the method to this madness? I was trying to pace it for, like, accuracy, but maybe that's wrong. I just... Oh! My brain is not made for this! I kind of understand it a little bit more now. But still not really. Don't get stuck in, don't get... I have to pee. I can't think while I have to pee. I just figured that out, the last two ones. But then there's a point where I have to start jumping, and I'm not realizing it, and that split second matters. Matters. Actually, I don't think it matters if I leave it playing unpaused. If it's timed, my timing is horrible anyway. Able to be out of B. What cord is my foot stuck around? That one. I love shoes with outfits. Cosplay wise, like it really ties it together. Whether you can see it or not, it feels more complete in my mind. But shoes under desk, like complicated shoes, not just like sneakers, are not conducive to the plot. They are not. Hello, Boya Bean. Honey, you guys scoot. Thank you. Phoebe is just the cutest little imitation hamster. I love her. I want to get through this and then we'll bop down to Miss Gigi. I'm assuming there will be a save point somewhere. Bring on the carbon fiber. Focus is real. Oh no, I went the wrong way. Jump! Jump! Maybe I need to jump through the whole thing and not just run it. Or you can only jump so far for so much. Maybe not. Maybe that was wrong. Jump! 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 Why is this so hard? Oh. Look before you leap. Look before you leap, Serena. Come on. Come on. Your jumpy little reindeer games. This is not my style of gameplay. This is not what brings me joy. This is not where I succeed. Go, 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 buddy! Okay, we do have to jump at that point all the way over. No, no, yeah, yeah, no, no. How cute. I'm already in trouble. Wait, can we only run up and down, but not, damn it. No, let me test. I'm not even trying. No? Okay. So we do have to be mostly jumpy. I feel like the jumping is almost slower than running, though. I'm gonna fall. What am I doing wrong? Move more Lucy than Ricky? Maybe? Maybe? Just maybe? No, no, no! I needed to move more to the Lucy. We were close. We were close. Oh, if I have to jump, it means I started too late. I'm just a late bloomer. We're never gonna make it. Maybe I don't want to make it. I just want to. Fucking hell. Not starting too late this time. Just kidding. Yes, I probably am. Can I even get to it? Oh my god. 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 I'm jumping. I don't remember. What if I fall? I don't remember what I need to do. That. All for a number 3. Honestly, a 3 out of 10 rating for that is generous. I'll take it. Doesn't feel very satisfying, but I'll take it. Alfred was just our cute little tag along for that whole thing. That's adorable. That was horrible. I do not excel at games in that style. In the slightest. Right, there's a cutscene. It's probably a save point. We might finish the book tonight. Do a silent library stream and get the next ones in the series. I think I do need to renew my library card. I think I can go online and do that though. It might be logged in on my phone. Chicken? We already know the meaning to life, the universe and everything. Everything else is secondary. 42. 42. I mean, if you're not busy having a midlife crisis, 42 is, I would guess, probably a pretty good age. Like, you don't have the panic of hitting 50 yet, but you're still, like, young and able-bodied. A little bit more secure, you can be adventurous. I don't think I'll mind life in 10 years. I mean, I'm not there yet to say how good it is or not, but hopefully I can report back. Just give me a decade. I'll let you guys know from the Oval Office. Oh. It's unfortunate. How would you grab that? Uh-oh. Yeah, he doesn't have any here. Excuse me.
Deploy solar panel arrays.
Don't make me do things, just get to a point. We have, like, definitely left Adam West now, though.
Take a lot of effort to make sure everything he drives or flies look like a bat.
Joker, stop him before he gets here.
I'm going to take him down old school.
Let you know when you get there where your mind is at. I shall report back as well. I don't know, I feel like it's just a very...
Weapon systems? Now that is just so
developed and knowledged, but still, oh yeah, I'm not flying. It's GG time. Assuming there was a save point somewhere in there. I was born when my mom was 42, so I was a late in life baby. My dad was a young man. He was 39. I don't know what you're telling me with that. Are you just loading the page? And she wrote me a little, like, kind of like life story journal and filled it with lots of, like, quotes and inspirational things. I don't have it here, otherwise I would show it. It's at my dad's house, so it stays safe. AKA, you know, I can't accidentally spill coffee on it or something. I feel like that was probably a good age. You're still learning, but you have stories to tell. You can hopefully, even in this economy, start to live some of your dreams. And I firmly believe it's a good age, as long as you're not having a midlife crisis. But that's kind of out of one's control, too. To an extent. I keep thinking this is a cutscene and not just the little intro bitty. I get distracted by it, like, ooh, game movie. Game movie. Harder for one of the Zoom members to chew on it over there, although Daisy is stationed there. True. Daisy's a good girl, though. She really is. I'm trying to think if she's done anything naughty. The only thing she does naughty is she likes to hang out with my dad while he plays guitar, and my dad plays loud, like he shreds. When she really wants attention, he's busy playing. She gets very insistent and starts knocking things over on the desk that he records on, and we'll have like all of his little pedals and notes and all of that on, and she'll just, you know, that like stretchy way that cats walk that's like, hello, I have arrived. She'll do that over and over and meow until my dad literally has to stop everything he's doing and pet her because he loves her too much to remove her from the situation. It's very cute. I really have never seen him love anything more than he loves Daisy, it's adorable. I mean, like, it's something cute to see in general, like a stoic man loving a tiny little creature more than anything. Like, it's unexpected. It's a walk-in contradiction. But it's very cute. It's very sweet. It's very adorable. And it makes my heart warm. I don't know. I've never seen him in my entire lifetime love anything that much. And it's quite beautiful. It's a beautiful thing to see. I know my dad is capable of loving things, but I've never seen him in love with something. And he's in love with Daisy. Little Missy. Little Miss Daisy. I am on tired girl brain. Holy cannoli. I just almost shut down my computer. When in reality, the direction I'm attempting to go in is to set up the Go Cam. I'm really glad I stopped myself. That was an interesting moment. Lord. Okay. Let's go learn some more answers to the universe. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, golly gosh. Oh, that was some interesting times. Let's make life easy in every language. The universal existence of gooning. I will eat after story time. I am selfish and I want more egotistical feral cat victories on camera. She ate in front of me last night too, and I got it on my camera and on the recording, but it wasn't the same. I didn't have anyone to share it with. It was hype. It was exciting. And I'm also kind of excited to finish the book. I think I know we're close. I think we might finish it tonight. It's not 3. I'm not mushmouth yet. I can still do it. I can do it. I'm pretty impressed by that shamrock now. I didn't think it was that great earlier, but now I like it. I think I did good. I'm not ready for Eep yet. But I do need to Eep after Gigi time. I think one of my appointments tomorrow is at 10. And I'm not sleeping well, which understandably is probably why I'm sleeping through my alarms. But I've been sleeping through my alarms, and that's not good. That's not good. I'm sleeping through the audible ones of the phone and the actual alarm clock, and I'm even sleeping through my Zappy watch. Like, you would think being electrocuted would wake you up, but no, not always. Usually, generally, but not always. It's pretty reliable, but nothing is fail-safe when my body decides it wants XYZ amount of sleep. I always find that a bit impressive. Oh, what's my battery level first? I think it's okay. Oh yeah, 98. There had to have been something running in the background that was taking over the world and just draining my phone, because I don't know how else it would decide to behave like that. I don't understand. I think that should have it on. Aw, Voya's snarky. I think he wants more snacks. He shall be about to grace you out with his presence momentarily. He's fussing. The disheveled bull. The grimacing smirk. Yes, I need a bed like in Wallace and Gromit. Just catapult me out of the bed. Oh my god. I always have been. I'm a bad waker-upper. Generally, if I know something's important, like a vet visit, then I'll wake up. And I'm pretty reliable with that. Like, my brain knows. The mind knows. The body keeps the score. But my brain, no matter what I tell it, doesn't prioritize an appointment as, like, something important. And it's like, oh no, you can sleep through this. You can miss this. It's for you. It's not a big deal. Not at all. So polite. Okay, let me get you a couple more Crunchables. And then we'll pop down with Miss Cheese. Probably gonna want to grab a sweater and also take my shoes off. That way I'm not clunking around. I don't think she's heard me with shoes yet, except for when we go to the vet. Hi. I get more Crunchables for you. Yes. I'd rather you be a little chunky than a little stressed. I don't know which one of or what of any of these factors have assisted Voya. Oh, you know what? Having chat on the go would probably be helpful. But he is, knock on wood, doing really good. And I hope it stays that way. Been so anxious sleeping away from him. I really want to try it for you tonight. Get us flipped over. You set your alarm, you wake up about 30 minutes before it every time. Oh, I wish I could be that efficient. I'm sure that's annoying as fuck, though. Yeah, it's pretty annoying. You can use those extra 30 minutes of sleep, I'm sure. And I bet if you tried to, like, life hack yourself by setting it, like, 30 minutes later, you'd probably wake up an hour earlier. It's the unfortunate part of life. It's no bueno. See, I'm like the exact opposite. I know that I'm going to try to sleep in no matter what. Like, even if it's an important thing to wake up for. Like the vet. I know that I'll sleep in about an extra 30 minutes. Like, I'll either snooze without thinking, like sleeping, or like actually hit the snooze button, or just sleep through everything. So I have to set each of my alarms for about 30 minutes before I want to wake up. and then hope that within that 30 minutes I do wake up. And when it's important, like zoo stuff, etc. Basically only zoo stuff, honestly, then I will make sure that I'm up and at 'em on time. But stream, doctor's appointments, anything else in life, unreliable waker upper, 100%. I am so sorry. I wish I could share some of my snooze with you. That would be nice, right? Oh my goodness. Alright, we are good and on the go. I don't have a side biddy, but we are gonna ditch shoes and put on a jacket. Bottle OZs. Yeah, the internet isn't all about fart jars anymore. We just all want sleep. We've matured past that point of time in life. I had a joke out there. So. I feel like an emotionally exhausted Winnie the Pooh is on par for Harley. I don't know why, but I feel like it's valid. The Letterman jacket kind of concept goes. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay. Now I will take you all in my pocket to go see Miss Gige. Now my paws feel all naked even though I have stockings and socks on. My paws. My paws. Oh, I left the music on. You're not gonna like that for you because you're a baby. You did the baby. You took the baby. Okay. Moving on. Moving on. Kadunk. Kadunk, 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 kadunk. Are you still watching your Sailor Moons? I put on Pluto channels for him tonight. So when you keep pausing, like, are you still watching? No, he's watching the Sailor Moons. Oh, that's some really good camera orientation there. I think he's sleeping through me right now, which is good. It's been much more. Oh, now he's awake. Much more relaxed about the concept of me not being around, I guess, today. I don't think his separation anxiety is ever going to be severe and destructive, but I guess we'll find out tonight when I snooze with the boys. He's just whiny. I think his separation anxiety more. I don't think that's something he probably had at his old home. I think it's just from being left. So hopefully it'll just be a recent trauma, and then he'll be over it and all good. Charlie's talking to us. I'm gonna pit stop us and then grab Miss Giger's food. Oh my god, I felt so bad. He flipped. We were outside and I was doodling on my phone on the porch, and he flipped my phone over and it fell and catapulted and almost fell in my coffee. So naturally I screeched, "Charlie, don't do it!" and yelled and hollered, like not at him, but I was like, "Oh my fucking god!" Because that's how I react to things, because that's just me as a human being, unfortunately / fortunately. And he got scared. He thought he got yelled at. He thought he was in trouble. I felt so bad. I felt like the meanest person ever. Like, he tucked his tail, he cowered, he made that face of like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Like, it's okay. It's not like it is your fault, but it's not your fault. I'm not hollering at you. I'm hollering at the phone almost falling in the coffee and getting broken. And I felt bad. I felt really bad. I felt like a bad mom. I traumatized him. He thought he was naughty. So I think he's been hollered at before, but I don't think he's ever been like had to question his sense of security before, if that makes sense. I think he'll get over that within like his first 3 months, though, like the 3-3-3 rule. But tomorrow we're gonna try testing with little kid. Time to adopt low and slow DJ hour at all times. Yeah, you gotta stop motherfucking the world. I mean, it's healthy sometimes, but it's not very mature or ladylike or fun to be around. It makes me, in those moments, I see my father and myself, and it's not good. because something happens and then you overreact loudly. Like, God damn it, this, that, the other. I don't think I'm as severe as him, but oops. Or triggered, because he would motherfuck the world for that one, and you guys have seen me quite irritated with tripods, but certainly not at that point yet. But yeah, I see a little bit of Father TV in that one. I see it. It's Sailor Serena. She has shown up to play tonight. I don't know how I had this the other day to try and see her, but I think that's close enough. I'm gonna grab her little munchies. Hey, Sissy. Are you in there? I don't see you anywhere else. Hi. She might not like me tonight with everything different, too. I don't know. I'm gonna grab her Munchables. Hello, Charlie Bear. Hello, Charlie Bear. Hi, boy. Hello, Stinky. Hello, Miss Gigi. Hello, sweet girl. Hello, sweet girl. Look at your temptations. 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 It's okay. I'm just a different version of me tonight. We are safe. These are the toys she was playing with before. I think this one is a teething toy, if I remember correctly. I don't know what about it is good for teething, but I think I remember it being a teething toy. It was just a toy that was on sale, and it didn't matter if it was a teething toy or not because it looked fun. It's a pretzel. Here you go, sweetie. Oh, she just hissed at me. Which is kind of good. Like, she knocked her food bowl over next to her crate, like further in the other night. And she growled and hissed and got really mad, kind of at me coming close. But when she was first here, if that would have happened, she would have just cowered. So, I mean, it's not good that she's like being aggressive per se, but it is good that she's gaining confidence, if that makes sense. I don't really know how to put that one to words. I also don't know how to coordinate this over a hoodie. That's a lot of floof going on there. I have no expectations tonight, though. She's already mad at me. Yeah, sometimes it can be cathartic. Do it when video gaming, but never at people over comms. Try not to. Try not to take my anger out on others. It's the least we can do in life, right? If you're swearing about those people, they could be blissfully unaware. Ignorance is bliss. I don't know, I can imagine what people are saying about me when I'm playing multiplayer and anything, but I'm with a blind ear. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know. I already know I'm bad, even though I don't need to be told. I don't need to be told. For me, it's just a habit that's developed into a natural reaction. And that's not good. I mean, there are other flaws about myself to fix first, but that one's on the list. Awareness is the first step. You ready, sweet girl? We're gonna do some story time. Then you can eat some snacks. It's so bittersweet. Like, I see her on camera for brief moments of the night, and she's just like a little house cat. She's playing with the toys, she's walking around, she's eating, she's drinking, she's grooming herself. Like, I know she can get there. I know she can. And that means we have another cat, because it's very hard to rehome a formerly feral cat. And even when they do bond with people, they generally only bond with one person. Like, they're mentally ill. They have a favorite person. I don't really know what I'm doing here other than just trying my best. Her starting situation to this whole adventure was not ideal. And it's so many factors. So many factors. I mean, I could sign her up for just like a generic barn cat program too, but there's a long waiting list for that. But at this point, I don't know if she's even nice with other cats. But I do wonder if her coming out of her shell more the last couple of days is because everyone's been downstairs and talking. So maybe she does like it. My goal is that she'll get to a point, hopefully within the next couple of weeks, where she consistently eats the treats in front of me. And then from there, my little welcome wagon tester. I like to bring little kid in here, and hopefully within a week of that, she'll feel comfortable eating in front of me and him, and that would be ideal. That she could be successful as a barn cat, not just afraid and angry, or even super socialized. I think you should continue at your own pace for Gigi, regardless of what the TNR High Council might have to say on the matter. That is true, and I do feel kind of bad that I'm not following perfect protocol with that, but again, it's the circumstance is not ideal, and people do extreme things. I mean, think about Zeke's leg and like the pellet in there. I would hate to return her to a place where she's not wanted and not accepted and have her be more at risk. It's very complicated. And you can't just set a cat loose anywhere. Like, if I set her loose in the neighborhood, she would be lost and try to remap and not be able to figure out how to get back, more than likely. So that's not an option. Barn cat or social is really the only option. There's only two ways that this can go. I mean, 100% to respect to the TNR community, and it's a goal of mine as well. But she was just not in an ideal circumstance. And at this point, too, I recently learned that cats have like a deeply ingrained memory of people and other animals that they're around, and circumstances and situations and environments, after being somewhere for about 3 months. So at this point, even if I did decide, okay, everyone says it's best to release her to the original place, emotions aside, let's do it, she might not even remember that space now. She's been so long removed from it. It's been about 2 months. So it's very confusing. But we'll figure it out. Whether she's a barn kitty and just completely unsocializable and angry, or whether she can learn to house kitty. Even if she's a cat that I can't touch or pet, like, it's, if she can coexist, then she can coexist. But we have options. We have options. I just want to be able to do what's best for her and not have her be scared and miserable. But again, it is good that she's getting kind of like angrier at me, which again sounds stupid, but for her to be less frozen in fear, like that's a fear response is to freeze, and to move more into fight is confidence. And once you get more confident, you're more willing to be open to love, attention, affection, play as well. So I'm hoping tomorrow I'll get the gall to kind of try to figure out playtime with her. I just don't want to scare her with it and then set us back. So I'm trying to figure out what would be like a good play method. I don't think just one of the ribbons. I think something that's more formed. So it's like the toys that she has now. It's as much for you as it is for her. She may not know it at times, but life is pretty good for her. 2 hots and a cot. I keep telling her that. Like, you may be in like a 40 by 72 kennel setup, but you know, you get a brand new clean bathroom every day. You get snacks twice a day. You get all the wet food you can eat. You got a fountain on tap. It's way better than being outside, but her feral ass doesn't want to comprehend that. Which I don't blame her for. All she's ever known is wild and outside. So just take it day by day. I have no expectations today because I look like a clown, literally, but we'll see if she wants to snack. She did it again last night. That was 2 nights in a row then. And that was really cool. She does seem to be more motivated to come out to snack at night, though. I think during the day she's probably used to like hunkering down and hiding, and during the nighttime it's more like explore time as she would have been outside. She's a very cute girl, though. Although it will be literally impossible unless you count whatever white hairs to tell the difference between her and Void. They look exactly like they have the same like little pudge smudge kitten faces. I don't even know how to describe it. Void is just kittenish. Like, she's short haired, but she's round. And Gigi looks the same. But Gigi is still young too. We're on chapter 31. There's 34, I think. 35. 35. Let's see where we get. Are you ready, Gigi? Now that I've yapped and yammered about you for 1,000 years. But you're beautiful and I love you, and I just wish you would let me love you. Let me love you. Please. It is, of course, well known about the careless talk costs of lives, but the full scale of the problem is not always appreciated. For instance, at the very moment that Arthur said, I seem to be having a tremendous difficulty with my lifestyle, a freak wormhole opened up in the fabric of the space-time continuum and carried his words far back in time across almost infinite reaches of space to a distant galaxy where strange and warlike beings were poised on the brink of frightful interstellar battle. The 2 opposing leaders were meeting for the last time. A dreadful silence fell across the conference table as the commander of the Vlurgs, resplendent in black jeweled battle shorts, gazed levelly at the Gugungvunt. That one. Gugungvunt. Say that just twice, not even 5 times fast. It's gurgly. The Gugungvunt leader, squatting up opposite him in a cloud of green, sweet-smelling steam, and with a million sleek and horribly beweaponed star cruisers poised to unleash electric death at a single word of command, challenged the vile creature to take back what it said about his mother. The creature stirred in his sickly, broiling vapor, and at that very moment the words, I seem to be having a tremendous difficulty with my lifestyle, drifted across the conference table. Unfortunately, in the Vlurg tongue, this was the most dreadful insult imaginable, and there was nothing for it but to wage terrible war for centuries. Eventually, of course, after their galaxy had been decimated over a few thousand years, it was realized that the whole thing had been a ghastly mistake, and so the 2 opposing battle fleets settled into their new remaining differences in order to launch a joint attack on our own galaxy, now positively identified as the source of the offending remark. For thousands more years, the mighty ships tore across the empty wastes of space, and finally dived screaming onto the first planet they came across, which happened to be Earth, which, due to a terrible miscalculation of scale, the entire battle fleet was accidentally swallowed by a small dog. Sounds like an expensive vet bill. Those who study the complex interplay of cause and effect into the universe
say that this sort of thing is going on all the time, but that we are powerless to prevent it. It's just life, they say. So they say. A short aircar trip brought Arthur and the old McGrathian to a doorway. They left the car and went through the door to a waiting room, in a room full of glass-top tables and plexiglass awards. Almost immediately, a light flashed above the door as the other side of the room and they entered. "Arthur, you're safe," a voice cried. "Am I?" said Arthur, rather startled. "Oh, good." The lighting was rather subdued, and it took him a moment or so to see Ford, Trillian, and Zaphod sitting around the large table beautifully decked out with exotic dishes, strange sweetmeats, and bizarre fruits. They were stuffing their faces. "What happened to you?" demanded Arthur. "Well," said Zaphod, attacking a bone full of grilled muscle. "Sounds delicious." "Our guests have been gassing us up and zapping our minds and being generally weird, and now they've given us a rather nice meal to make it up to us. Here," he said, poking out a lump of evil-smelling meat from a bowl. "Have some vegan rhino's cutlet." "It's Serena-proof food." "Okay. It's delicious if you happen to like that sort of thing." "Hosts," said Arthur. "What hosts? I don't see any." A small voice said, "Welcome to Earth. Well, welcome to lunch. Welcome to lunch, Earth creature." Arthur glanced around and suddenly yelped. "Oh," he said, "there are mice on the table." There was an awkward silence as everyone looked pointedly at Arthur. He was busy staring at two white mice sitting on what looked like whiskey glasses on the table. He heard the silence and glanced around at everyone. "Oh," he said with sudden realization. "Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't quite prepared for." "Let me introduce you," said Trillian. "Arthur, this is Benji Mouse." "Hi," said one of the mice. His whiskers stroked what must have been a touch-sensitive panel in the inside of the whiskey glass affair, and it moved forward slightly. "And this is Frankie Mouse." The other mouse said, "Pleased to meet you," and it did likewise. Arthur gaped. "But aren't they?" "Yes," said Trillian. "These are the mice I brought with me from the Earth." She looked him in the eye, and Arthur thought he could detect the tiniest resigned shrug. "Could you pass me a bowl of that grated Arcturian megadonkey?" she said. Slardebart coughed politely. Excuse me," he said. "Yes, thank you, Slardebart," said Benji Mouse sharply. "You may go." "What? Oh, very well," said the old man, slightly taken aback. "I'll just go on and get with some of my fjords then." "Ah, well, in fact, that won't be necessary," said Frankie Mouse. "It looks very much as if we won't be needing the new Earth any longer." He swiveled his little pink eyes forward. "Now that we found a native of the planet who was there seconds before it was destroyed." "What?" cried Slardebart aghast. "You can't mean that. I've got 1,000 glaciers poised and ready to roll over Africa." "Well, perhaps you can take a quick skiing holiday before you dismantle them," said Frankie acidly. Damn. He's a snarky mouse. "Skiing holiday," cried the old man. "Those glaciers are works of art. Elegantly sculpted contours, soaring pinnacles of ice, deep majestic ravines. It would be sacrilege to go skiing on high art." "Thank you, Slardebart," said Benji firmly. "That will be all." "Yes, sir," said the old man coldly. "Thank you very much." "Well, goodbye, Earthman," he said to Arthur. "Hope the lifestyle comes together." With a brief nod to the rest of the company, he turned and walked sadly out of the room. Arthur stared after him, not knowing what to say. "Now," said Benji Mouse, "to business." Ford and Zaphod clinked their glasses together. "To business," they said. "I beg your pardon," said Benji. Ford looked round. "Sorry, I thought you were proposing a toast," he said. Typical mouse. Our mouse is snarky. I feel like my experience with rats is that they're not picky. Mice naturally snarky. I've never known a mouse. One day maybe, but not today. The two mice scuttled impatiently around in their glass transports. Finally they composed themselves, and Benji moved forward to address Arthur. "Now, Earth creature," he said, The situation we have in effect is this. We have, as you know, been more or less running your planet for the last 10 million years in order to find this wretched thing called the ultimate question. Why? Said Arthur sharply. No, we already thought of that one, said Frankie, interrupting, but it doesn't fit the answer. Why? 42. You see, it doesn't work. No, said Arthur. I mean, why have you been doing it? Oh, I see, said Frankie. Well, eventually just habit, I think, to be brutally honest. And this is more or less the point. We're sick to the teeth with the whole thing, and the prospect of doing it all over again on account of those win-it-ridden Vogons, quite frankly, gives me the screaming heebie-jeebies, you know what I mean? It was by the merest lucky chance that Benji and I finished our particular job and left the planet early for a quick holiday, and may have since been manipulated on our way back to Magrathea by the good offices of your friends. Magrathea is a gateway back to our own dimension, put in Benji. Since when, continued this Miriam colleague, we have had to have an offer of quite enormously fat contract to do the 5D chat show and lecture circuit back in our own dimension of our neck of the woods, and we're very much inclined to take it. I would, wouldn't you, Ford? Said Zaphod promptly. Oh, yes, said Ford, and jump at it like a shot. Arthur glanced at them, wondering what this was all leading up to. We've got to have product, you see, said Frankie. I mean, ideally, we still need the ultimate question in some form or another. Zaphod leaned forward to Arthur. You see, if they're just sitting there in the studio looking very relaxed and, just mentioning that they happen to know the answer of the life, the universe, and everything, then eventually we'll have to admit that it's in fact 42, and that show's probably quite short. No follow-up, you see. We have to have something that sounds good, said Benji. Something that sounds good? Exclaimed Arthur. An ultimate question that sounds good? From a couple mice? The mice bristled. Well, I mean, yes, idealism. Yes, the dignity of pure research. Yes, the pursuit of truth in all its forms. But there comes a point, I'm afraid, where you might begin to suspect if there's any real truth. It's the most multidimensional infinity of the universe is almost certainly being run by a bunch of maniacs. And if it comes to a choice between spending yet another 10 million years finding that out, and on the other hand, just taking the money and running, then I, for one, could do with the exercise, said Frankie, with smart little snarky mice. But, started Arthur hopelessly. Hey, you will get this, Earthman, interrupted Zaphod. You're a last generation of a product of a computer matrix, right? You were there right up to the moment your planet got the finger, yeah? So your brain was an organic part of the penultimate configuration of the computer program, said Ford, rather lucidly, he thought. Right? Said Zaphod. Well, said Arthur doubtfully. He wasn't aware of ever having felt part and organic of anything. He had always seen this as one of his problems. In other words, said Benji, steering his curious little vehicle right over to Arthur, there's a good chance that the structure of the question is encoded in the structure of your brain. So we want to buy it off you. What, the question? Said Arthur. Yes, said Ford and Trillian. For lots of money, said Zaphod. No, said Frankie. It's the brain we want to buy. What? Well, who would miss it? Inquired Benji. I thought you said you could just read his brain electronically. Read his brain electronically, protested Ford. Oh, yes, said Frankie. But we'd have to get it out first. It's got to be prepared. Treated, said Benji. Diced. Thank you, shouted Arthur, tipping his chair and backing away from the table in horror. It could always be replaced, said Benji reasonably, if you think it's important. Yes, an electronic brain, said Frankie. A simple one would suffice. A simple one, wailed Arthur. Yeah, said Zaphod, with a sudden evil grin. You just have to program it to say what? And I don't understand. And where's the T? Who'd know the difference? What? Cried Arthur, backing away still farther. See what I mean? Said Zaphod, and howled with pain because of something that Trillian did at that moment. I'd notice the difference, said Arthur. No, you wouldn't, said Frankie Mouse. You'd be programmed not to. Lord. Ford made for the door. Look, I'm sorry, mice, old lads, he said. I don't think we've got a deal. I'd rather think we have to have a deal, said the mice in chorus, and all the charm vanishing from their piping little voices in an instant. With a tiny whining shriek, their two glass transports lifted themselves off the table and swung through the air toward Arthur, who stumbled farther backward into a blind corner, utterly unable to cope or think of anything. Trillian grabbed him desperately by the arm and tried to drag him toward the door, which Ford and Safford were struggling to open. But Arthur, the deadweight, seemed to be hypnotized by the airborne rodents swooping toward him. She screamed at him, but he just gaped. With one more yank, Ford and Safford got the door open. On the other side of it was a small pack of rather ugly men. You could only assume were the heavy mob of Magrathia. Not only were they ugly themselves, but the medical equipment they carried with them was also far from pretty. They charged. Charge. So Arthur was about to have his head cut open. Trillian was unable to help him, and Ford and Safford were about to be set upon by several thugs with a deal heavier and more sharply armed than they were. All in all, it was extremely fortunate that at that moment every alarm on the planet burst into an ear-splitting din. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Welcome, Space. You have 10 more minutes of GG time. Let's see what. Emergency, emergency, blared the klaxons throughout Magrathia. Hostile ship has landed on the planet. Armed intruders in Section 8A. Defense stations, defense stations. The two mice sniffed irritably round the fragments of their glass transports where they lay shattered on the floor. Damnation, muttered Frankie Mouse. All that fuss over 2 pounds of earthling brain. He scuttled round and about, his pink eyes flashing, his fine white coat bristling with static. The only thing we can do now, said Benji, crouching and stroking his whiskers in thought, is to try and fake a question. Invent one that will sound plausible. Difficult, said Frankie. He thought, what's yellow and dangerous? Benji considered this for a moment. No, no good, he said. Doesn't fit the answer. They sank into silence for a few seconds. All right, said Benji. What do you got if you multiply 6 by 7? No, too literal, too factual, said Frankie. Wouldn't sustain the puncher's interest. Again, they thought. Then Frankie said, here's a thought. How many roads must a man walk down? Ah, said Benji. Aha, now that does sound a little promising. He rolled the phrase around a little. Yes, he said, that's excellent. Sounds very significant without actually tying you down to meaning anything at all. How many roads must a man walk down? 42. Excellent, excellent. That'll fox him. Frankie, baby, we are made. They performed a scampering dance in their excitement. Near them on the floor lay several rather ugly men who had been hit in the head with some heavy design awards. Half a mile away, 4 figures pounded up a corridor looking for a way out. They emerged into a wide open-plan computer bay. They glanced about it wildly. Which way do you reckon, Zaphod? Said Ford. At a wild guess, I'd say down here, said Zaphod, running off down to the right between a computer bank and the wall. As the others started after him, he was brought up short by a kilozap energy bolt that cracked through the air inches in front of him and fried a small section of the adjacent wall. Misstep. Whoopsies. A whoopsies. The voice on the bullhorn said, Okay, Beeblebrox, hold it right there. We've got you covered. Cops, hissed Zaphod, and turned around into a crouch. You want to try to guess it all, Ford? Okay, this way, said Ford, and all 4 of them ran down a gangway between the 2 computer banks. At the end of the gangway appeared a heavily armored and space-suited figure waving a vicious kill-it-was-out gun. We don't want to shoot you, Beeblebrox, shouted the figure. Suits me fine, shouted Zaphod back, and he dived down a wide gap between 2 data processing units. The others swerved in behind him. There are 2 of them, said Trillian. We're cornered. They squeezed themselves down an angle between a large computer data bank and the wall. They held their breath and waited. Suddenly, the air exploded with energy bolts as the cops opened fire on them simultaneously. "Hey, they're shooting at us," said Arthur, crouching into a tight ball. "I thought they didn't want to do that." "Yeah, I thought they said that," agreed Ford. Zapp had stuck a head up for a dangerous moment. "Hey," he said, "I thought you said you didn't want to shoot us," and ducked again. They waited. After a moment, a voice replied, "It isn't easy being a cop." "What did he say?" whispered Ford in astonishment. "He said it isn't easy being a cop." "Well, surely that isn't his problem, is it?" "I'd have thought so." Ford shouted out, "Hey, listen. I think we've got enough problems of our own for you shooting at us, so if you could avoid laying your problems on us as well, I think we'd find it easier to cope." Another pause, and then the bullhorn again. "Now see here, guy," said the voice. "You're not dealing with any dumb two-bit trigger-pumping morons with low hairlines, little piggy eyes, and no conversation. We're a couple of intelligent, caring guys that you'd probably quite like if you met us socially. You don't go around gratuitously shooting people and then bragging about it afterward in seedy Space Ranger bars, like some cops I could mention. I go around shooting people gratuitously, and then I agonize about it afterwards, hours to my girlfriend. And then I write novels," chimed in the other cop. "Though I haven't had any of them published yet, so I better warn you, I'm in a mean mood." Ford's eyes popped halfway out of their sockets. "Who are these guys?" he said. "I don't know," said Zaffin. "I think I preferred it when they were shooting." "So are you going to come quietly?" shouted one of the cops again. "Are you going to let us blast you out?" "Which would you prefer?" shouted Ford. A millisecond later, and the air about them started to fry again as bolts of kilozap hurled itself into the computer banker in front of all of them. The fusillade continued for several seconds at unbearable intensity. When it stopped, there were a few seconds of near quietness, and the echoes died away. "You still there?" called one of the cops. "Yes," they called back. "We didn't enjoy doing that at all," shouted the other cop. "We could tell," shouted Ford. "She's being stubborn tonight." "Now listen to those people rocks. You better listen good." "Why?" shouted back Zaffin. "Because," shouted the cop, "it's going to be very intelligent, quite interesting and humane. Now either you give yourselves up now and let us beat you up a bit, but not very much, of course, because we are firmly opposed to needless violence, or we blow up this entire planet and possibly one or two others we've noticed on our way out here." "But that's crazy," cried Trillian. "You wouldn't do that." "Oh, yes, we would," shouted the cop. "Wouldn't we?" he asked the other one. "Oh, yes, we'd have to. No question," the other one called back. "But why?" demanded Trillian. "There are some things you have to do if you are an enlightened liberal cop who knows about sensitivity and everything." "I just don't believe these guys," muttered Ford, shaking his head. One cop shouted to the other, "Shall we shoot them again for a bit?" "Yeah, why not?" They let fly another electric barrage. The heat and noise was quite fantastic. Slowly the computer bank was beginning to disintegrate. The front had almost melted away, and thick rituals of molten metal, were winding their way back down to where they would be squatting. They huddled farther back and waited for the end. I have 33, 34, 35 minutes so short, but my voice is hurting. I'm going to pause there tonight, and actually it is perfect Gigi time. It's a decent pause spot. We'll make up her little foods. Make up the munchies. Make up the munchies. Do 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 do. I always hoped that 42 would pop up when they learned about that Higgs boson or something like that. It sure would be fascinating. I mean, what's the movie with the patterns? A Beautiful Mind? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Almost quiet on the Gigi front. Did she move any closer? I think she's probably sketched out because big hair, big jacket, big existence. Much different. Different smells. Hi, sweetie. She's like there. Probably if we were in here another 20 minutes, she would come out and eat in front of us. Should really limit like socialization sessions to 15 to 30 minutes at most. And I'm doing 2 30 minutes with her, so can't exactly get there. I was starting a thought before that, and I don't remember what it was now. Now it's tiger time. Here, let's get you munchies, sis. The Munchable Crunchables. All I know is Gigi is prepared for anything in the universe here. She has many towels in this room. Many towels. Nice girl. Oh. Hello, monkey. Little baby goose. She does get interested, like she looks at me when I'm opening the can now instead of completely ignoring me. So we're making tiny victories. I mean, I think I've said before, any feral cat can be socialized. It's just a matter of if it takes 10 years to do so. There are plenty of Reddit threads that I read where it's like someone commenting and, oh, you know, we've been coexisting inside with this cat for the last 6 years and I was finally able to pet them today. Like it's, for a feral cat, the goal isn't to be lovey-dovey lap cat, although that would be nice. Just to simply coexist. I was really hoping she wasn't as feral as she is. But maybe she's nice under all of that spice. You never know. I feel like cats exist to surprise you. Like finding a slab cut in the ceiling. Lord have mercy on her soul. She's ready to hitchhike. Probably. She's waiting for her ride out of here. Oh my goodness. I don't think she hates me. She's just scared of me. Like, not just now, but always. All of her reactions, in my opinion, say fear, not true aggression. If she was truly aggressive, she would lash out at me more than just when I'm a little bit too close to her personal space. Like, she would go out of her way to be boisterous, which is kind of the eventual goal, but that being an eventual goal and not her true nature is progress. Whereas if she started immediately lashing out, that would be a very confident, angry cat. Confident is hard to motivate. Scared is a little easier to motivate. Alright, I'm going to bring her stuff up and then I will come back and grab you guys. I shall return. I shall return. I just don't have enough hands for all of this. Plus water. Ow. Actually, if you guys are not me. Hello, Charlies. Oh my goodness. Hi, George. It's been a minute. It's probably been many minutes, to be fair. But that's okay. You guys know how I feel about time. Miss Gigi, I love you. About within 5 minutes, we'll be in the room. She will
hone in on her snack time. I have faith. Faith and trust in pixie dust. What are you doing, Goober? I'm going through the tunnel. Wild lady. Tango, I'll be right in, my dear. I love you. I love you. Charlie, you're very insistent. Nope, Charlie, we've talked about this many times. Nope. It's just a couple days, babe. I feel bad. She wants to be out and about. To be fair, though, Charlie just wants to go where she can't. She thinks she's entitled to everything because she is the alpha. Hello, Pippi Losa. She keeps hanging out by the gate. There she is. With her boyfriend. We're gonna have dinner in a few, babies. Dinner in a few. Hello, boy, and boo. Blocking the doorway. Excuse me. I know you wanna do it your way. Oh, Gunther's so cute in bed. He's being the coziest little bean. But we're gonna try to snuggle tonight. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. Let me flip us back a little bit. Flippity doo dah. Flippity day. Flippity day. You been here as I'm out of here. We gotta get some rest. I appreciate you popping by to say hi. It's nice to see you. There we go. Creaky. Need to earl this chair. Actually, I might switch this chair out. I said this the other night too. For my other chair for a little bit. Maybe that will be... Not that this is uncomfy, but more balanced. So I'm not sitting so awkward all the time. You plug this in before I forget about it. Creaky! Put it to charge. Because I'm not reliable to remember that on Wednesdays. I'm just not. Hang up my jacket. Alright, babies. It is the time of the eeps. Feed the zoo and catch some Z's. Z wolf around and then just Z's. Thank you all for a wonderful night. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your chats. Thank you for your support. And thank you for your company. Appreciate you, Bebs, very much. But thank you for your time most of all. Your time is very valuable, and whether it is for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, or I'll see you again for 2 years, when our times collide, is beautiful, magical, amazing, and wonderful. And I'm oh so grateful. You can make more money, you can make more friends, you can make more phones that need to be plugged in. You can make more phone cords. Well, cards too, I guess we determined earlier. Phone cords to plug them in, but you cannot make more time. So thank you for yours. I am grateful and I am humbled. You guys want to keep up with me offline? Hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff, the socials, some more fun stuff, the sketch for when I will see you Bebs next. And thank you all for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. We may not have had a Gigi sighting tonight. Soon. Soon she will grace us with our presence. With her presence. In our presence. Really, I think she just likes you guys more than she likes me. But that's fair. I'm an alien abductor. feel bad. I keep looking at her at that perspective. Like, you got abducted by aliens. I'm so sorry, kid. I empathize. Do me one favor until I see you, Bebs, next. And that is, remember that you are wonderful, amazing, incredible, spectacular, fantastic, phenomenal, oh so gorgeous, and all the good things in the world. Take all those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little hoodie pocket, your adorable little shirt pocket, floating in suspended animation, wherever it needs to go until I see you next, you sweet bubbles. Have a beautiful rest of your night. Get some good eats, get some good eeps. Make good choices. Don't do anything Voya or I wouldn't do, but Voya does. Oh, I didn't tape up the gun today. Thursday. We have homework. Thursday we'll be working on a cosplay prop a little bit. 2, because I want to pull up. Oh, I dare not say days. Next time I see you, Bebs. Spin around 3 times. Throw salt. I want to fix up my Ivy cosplay, and this will work on the Harley gun too. Which that kind of works out anyway, because there's not too much to do with Ivy. I just gotta replace some leaves. That's all. It's not a biggie. Perfect. Perfect. Alright. Get some good sleep tonight, Club Cult. Make good choices. All that jazz. And I shall see you for the next one with much cosplay pizzazz. Get some good eeps tonight. Thank you for being a part of Start of the Month Harley Returns. And I shall see you, Bebs, for the next one.